with larger-than-life legends and characters. This road winds through one of those places, Transylvania. The name means land beyond the forest, a mountainous region of Eastern Europe. But what it means to most of us is the blood-soaked story of Dracula. The Vampire Count. Little wonder that in Transylvania, even the graveyards seem more eerie. And my Transylvanian guide, Bogdan Popper, is well versed.
It's a piece of superstition that if you have a damaged grave like this one, someone or something may pop out of it.
You say that it's just superstition, and yet they found bodies with stakes through the heart.
Yes, actually it's a proof that superstitions are very strong.
Even Romans feared monsters in this region, yet it was in the 19th century, the era of science, that Bram Stoker dreamed up a tale of terror, telling of a traveller arriving in a mysterious castle in Transylvania.
I know what you're thinking. Don't go up there.
And high on this ragged mountain, the very castle where Bram Stoker imagined Dracula lived. With its sheer stone stairways, dark panelled rooms.
There's even a secret passageway.
It's the perfect setting to meet the Vampire Count.
I am Dracula. I bid you welcome.
They say truth can be stranger than fiction, scarier and bloodier too. Close to the castle, back in the 15th century, lived a warlord so infamous, he had many names. Vlad III, also Vlad the Impaler, and Vlad Dracula.
The meaning of the name Dracul in Romania, it's the devil. Dracula, it's the devil's son.
Historian Matteo Simeon says Vlad was a bloodthirsty killer. He impaled his enemies.
The Impaler was a nickname that came later with the brutal habit that...
Matteo's description of impaling, so how can I put it, vivid, you really don't want to hear it.
Would you like to know more?
Not really, no.
500 years later, the King family from Michigan feels safe. In the day, anyway. Is it scary here? But at night, according to the story, Dracula goes in search of innocent victims. Sunrise. Thank goodness for that. And this morning, we arrive at the medieval town of Sighiswara.
So this is where Dracula was born?
Yes, he was born in this house. This is where his father used to live. He's born here in 1431.
He looks fierce.
And though he was a ruthless ruler,
Someone's left flowers here.
He's hugely popular in Romania for being, you know, this kind of cruel but fair ruler. Everyone loves him.
many modern Romanians romanticize Vlad's cold-bloodedness.
Vlad the Impaler, Dracula, is their preferred politician.
I think everyone would answer with a yes here in Romania.
Makes you think, doesn't it, about the true nature of politics and our fascination with brutality and barbarism.
It's tomato juice.
We're on the road again, on the trail of another fantastic creature that has haunted people's imagination for hundreds of years.
Frankenstein. A most dreaded creation of man, the monster of Frankenstein's.
Our first stop on the Frankenstein Trail, Switzerland, and the spectacular setting of Lake Geneva. It was here 200 years ago, at the Villa Diodati, one rainy night that teenager Mary Shelley dreamed up her tale of terror. It tells of how Victor Frankenstein, using dead bodies stolen from graveyards, created a man.
It's alive.
And brought it back to life.
It's alive! It's alive!
And Frankenstein, it seems, like Dracula, may have had a ring of truth. Because shortly before Mary Shelley wrote her book, she had been travelling through Germany, where a remote village has a dark history. Can anyone tell me the way to Castle Frankenstein? By the time I reach the castle, it is nightfall.
Ja,
Can I come in?
welcome to Castle Frankenstein.
Walter Sheeler has spent 30 years researching this decaying castle.
This is the area Mary Shelley looked around. She
Wow.
was here.
It was once home to a noble family. So these are the Frankensteins.
These are the Frankenstein families, and these are their tombstones you see here.
And one of them was a real-life mad scientist.
So this is him.
This is Johann Conrad Dippel von Frankenstein. He's the real father of the monster.
This is the guy that Mary Shelley
This
was
is the
writing
guy
about.
from whom Mary Shelley knew the story of the monster.
The real Frankenstein.
The real Frankenstein.
This Frankenstein experimented on bodies dug up from a nearby cemetery.
He made his experiments with the parts of the bodies and with electricity. And this tower was the place where the flashes of lightning threw in and gave electricity to the bodies.
To
Into
make
the
them
part,
come
yes.
alive.
Like in the movie.
Unlike in those classic Universal movies, no Frankenstein's monster was ever brought to life. And there was no Walking Dead terrorizing the village. But
A lot of people who live around here, and they say this is a very bad place to stay during the night. The devil is playing his fool. I don't know, I've never seen him.
You've never seen the devil.
No, never.
I'm glad I'm with you.
Yeah, maybe I'm the devil for them. Good night, my friend.
Frankenstein and Dracula, men who became monsters. Why do we find them so fascinating? Our next monster is not human at all, and for that we have to go to a certain lake in Scotland.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Scotland, on the road north to the rugged Highlands, a country of breathtaking landscapes, ancient castles, and lakes the Scots call lochs.
So this is Loch Ness.
This vast loch easily lends itself to legend.
A monster? Really?
Here at Loch Ness, there have been hundreds of so-called sightings describing a huge and mysterious creature.
Up behind us here, a little bit up the loch, 20 odd years ago, sitting beside the loch in my car, and I saw this black hump come out of the water, and I've no idea to this day what it was.
He saw an object which he described as like an upturned boat. It turned, went against the headwind, and disappeared. There were 9 witnesses.
Ancient Celtic legend tells of a beast in the water, and there is a record of an apparent encounter here 1,000 years ago. But it was during the 1930s that the beast was given a name, the Loch Ness Monster, or more affectionately, Nessie. All over the loch, eyewitnesses described seeing a creature some claimed looked like a prehistoric reptile called a plesiosaur, both in and out of the water.
And in one infamous sighting, a couple driving on this road saw a huge creature, maybe 30 feet long, slither in front of them and plunge into the loch.
So to understand the lure of the loch, begin with a man who has lived on the shore in a van for almost 30 years.
There's a majesty about this place. There's an energy that pours off of here. There's a palpable feeling of, well, it's legend.
Steve Feltham scans the surface every day for hours at a time. He too says he has seen the monster.
It was like a torpedo going through the water, the size of a car going through there.
But does Steve think Nessie is a plesiosaur?
Nessie could still turn out to be a dinosaur, but at the moment I see it more likely to turn out to be something like a Wels catfish, the biggest freshwater fish in the world. It grows to about 4 or 5 meters long. They live for 100 years. It's got a smooth back, which is what people describe here. The hump, the upturned boat type hump going through the water.
How you doing?
How are you?
Good, yeah.
Hi, nice to meet you.
For decades, enthusiasts and even scientists have been searching for facts in this Loch Ness fiction. Skipper Dick Rayner has been investigating the mystery of Loch Ness for 50 years.
The thing we were looking for was between 20 and 40 feet long.
40 feet long?
Yeah.
I think we're going to need a bigger boat. If there is a creature hiding here, Dick says sonar should be the best way to track it down.
We're over the deepest part now.
Wow.
745 feet.
What is that? About halfway down. What is that? It's not an enormous monster appearing on our sonar right there.
I don't think so. No.
Are you sure? Because that looks pretty... Look at that.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Over the years, teams of Nessie hunters have used sonar and submarines to search the dark waters of Loch Ness. But the only monster they ever found was this 30-foot Nessie movie prop that sank 50 years ago.
Definite fake.
Right.
3 hay bales covered in tarpaulins.
The evidence against there being a monster here has been stacking up. Most of the photos of Nessie are hoaxes.
He towed a nice bit of fiberglass behind his boat, but this is the famous one, the iconic picture of Loch Ness.
Yes, right.
But what people think now is that it's actually this little thing. It's a submarine with a plasticine monster's head on top of it.
The last, best hope of finding some truth here is perhaps the most bizarrely counterintuitive project of them all. They've been looking for the mythical monster in microscopic particles.
That deceptively clear-looking water actually contains an abundance of light.
An international scientific team, led by Professor Neil Gemmell from New Zealand, is cracking the Loch Ness code using environmental or eDNA.
So what we're getting is a snapshot of life in Loch Ness over the last few days. We've got bacteria in there, we've got microorganisms in there. We've also got traces of larger animals, fish, and perhaps there's something mysterious in there too that hasn't been described by science. Who knows?
You've got quite a bit out of the northern basin.
With the help of a local naturalist, Adrian Shine, who has studied Loch Ness for more than 40 years, the scientists took hundreds of water samples from all over the loch. Back at his university in New Zealand, the samples were analysed by Professor Gemmell and by several other labs around the world. Their results cross-referenced with a gigantic DNA database, producing a complete picture of everything that lives in Loch Ness.
All right, well, thank you.
A year after we first met him, Professor Gemmell was ready to announce his dramatic findings to the world.
Let's get down to it. Is there a plesiosaur in Loch Ness? No.
No trace then, he says, of an ancient dinosaur lurking in the loch. No giant catfish DNA either. But, says Professor Gemmell, there is one possibility that may explain all those eyewitness sightings here. Could Nessie be a giant eel?
There is large amounts of eel DNA in Loch Ness. Now, is it possible that what people are seeing is a giant eel? Well, maybe. It's plausible that there might be one or two that grow to extreme size.
So, case closed? Well, of course, you cannot know what you don't know. So the mystery of Loch Ness will surely endure, ensuring that the tourists keep coming back.
We came to find the monster, and we did. You know, we did.
We've got a sighting here. It might be a giant eel.
I don't think so.
No?
Eels don't have legs.
And it is perhaps the mystery, not the monster, that people cannot turn away from, even in this 21st century, which reflects more on all of us than what's in this loch.
Lakes are, in a sense, lost worlds, and especially Loch Ness. It's deep, it's dark, it's cold, it's hostile, and it's big. So it gives us the lost world element, but it is also accessible. And I think it's that combination of mystery and accessibility which has given Loch Ness the cachet which it has.
It would be a shame, wouldn't it, in a way, if computers and DNA science took away the mystery?
Well, you never would, you see, because as long as people want to believe in Loch Ness monsters, there'll be Loch Ness monsters.
When you are here at dusk, looking out over these dark waters, it's easy to understand why people once feared something lurking beneath. And maybe, even today, we need to believe in monsters and evil so we get to be the good guys. Or perhaps we just like to be scared.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Along a coastal road is a lesson for us all. 25 years after Chernobyl, another nuclear disaster happened here, Fukushima. We're traveling to the heart of a place that visibly demonstrates we humans are entirely capable of making the same mistake twice. It began with nature, the strongest earthquake in Japan's history. The clock on the beach house still frozen in time. First the earthquake struck, then the tsunami submerged this third floor. Destruction doesn't describe it. The deadly wall of water engulfing entire communities, more than 15,000 dead, and another 2,500 still missing. The tsunami smashing into Fukushima's power station and knocking out backup generators. Meltdowns and explosions followed. Then the radiation came.
I thought someday it was going to happen, and then it happened.
Buddhist priest Sadamaro Akano had become concerned about radiation safety, knowing he was living near a nuclear plant. He installed a Geiger counter at his temple. Then his worst fears came true. How did you feel when you saw this?
So scared, because this is the first time to raising up the radiation levels.
You'd never seen anything like this?
Never ever seen this.
This was Main Street, in the town of Futaba, 2 miles from the reactor. Once home to almost 7,000 people, it's now a ghost town. Homes abandoned, gardens overgrown. Today, only wildlife live here. The danger is large areas of fields and forests haven't been decontaminated, like this. Our radiation monitor raises the alarm. Levels too high for people to inhabit this place. Former Futaba residents Anthony Ballard and Philip Jellyman have been coming back to the exclusion zone with special permission. Taking pictures. Off Main Street, Anthony shows me where he used to live. So this is home?
This was home.
When they fled, he left family photos behind.
This is Daniel. This is one of my sister's kids. He's actually at university now.
He had made Futaba his home. Now Fukushima has taught him what home really means.
That stuff's not important because you can get... It's the life that was here before that was important.
I can see you're in tears.
Not quite, but almost, yeah.
Immediately after the earthquake, people took shelter at the school where Philip taught. They slept on floors, mattresses still strewn around.
You can see in this classroom people's bags have been left behind.
Yeah, never to be retrieved.
This is now Futaba School, but it's not in Futaba. Some of the students spend an hour to get here. Philip and Anthony teach them English and about home. The children, refugees from the radiation. We travel to the nuclear plant itself for a rare tour. First, we're given personal radiation monitors. After the meltdown in 2011, the area was so toxic, workers had to wear hazmat suits. Since then, the plant has been stabilized.
It is stunning that I can stand here with so little protective gear on. The melted core of the reactors are just there.
Deep inside, this video, filmed by robots, shows that melted core, still highly radioactive. Outside, our radiation meter measuring 85 microsieverts per hour and more, the highest of our trip, safe for short periods. For us to take an even closer look, a little more protection is needed.
Are you sure it's safe?
Yeah, safe.
From here, you can still see the scars from 2011. We keep our radiation monitor close. The more immediate problem, the water that is used to cool the reactors, treated but still radioactive, there's enough to fill 400 Olympic swimming pools. They're running out of space. One option, to slowly pour it into the Pacific.
It is simply not contaminated water. It's a purified water. So no decision has yet been made, but scientifically, whatever the decision will be, there will be no problem.
Many locals are not convinced.
Do you think that they should release the water into the ocean?
No.
They should not.
The local fishermen are just recovering. Every catch is tested for radiation.
It's tested, it's safe, and yet you can't help thinking, should I eat it? It's good. The thing that's had the greatest impact on me coming here is perhaps not the devastation that was wrought by the earthquake and then the tsunami, or the fact that now I can walk in this place that was hit by radiation without any protective gear on. It is that the houses and stores in this street that you still see standing are here because the people who owned them wanted to hold on to them. And they wanted to hold on to them because this is home to them.
People like 75-year-old Katsuhide Okada.
We left with only what we were wearing. We initially thought we would be able to go home in 3 or 4 days, but sadly, that was not the case.
Philip and Anthony visit Okada to deliver photos of his garden, overgrown with weeds, but he is still grateful.
The good memories seem like yesterday. Futaba is still my home.
A home that the children may one day be able to return to.
Do you remember your hometown?
Yes.
And bring life back to these empty streets. The people who lived here will never forget, and we should all remember, not just that our lives can be irrevocably, catastrophically turned upside down, but that if we truly learn from the past, we can make a better future and a better world.
Trevor, thanks for doing this, man.
Thank you, man.
We should stipulate a few things for people watching and listening. It's about 102 with the heat index.
Is that what it is? I don't know.
So if we're a little dewy,
yes,
that'll be the reason why.
But we're outside, which is good.
We're outside on a summer day.
Yes.
And we should also say, you demanded, it was in a note that you wrote, hand wrote.
Yes.
I have to be in front of a billboard of myself.
Well, what I like is to have a billboard to remind me that I did have some semblance of a professional job before the pandemic. So I like to have that as a reminder for myself.
Yeah, there you are in a suit looking very official. So let's talk about that, what it's been like. I mean, it's when we all started this 2 Marches ago, you probably thought, you know, I'll be in my apartment for a couple of weeks, and now here we are, what, 15 months later?
Yeah.
What is it like for you now as compared to the beginning? Have you settled into this kind of show?
You know, I don't think anybody has settled into anything during this period. I think what has been interesting about this period of time is that unlike any other time in human history, no matter who you were affected by the pandemic in some way, shape, or form. Some of us managed it better than others because of the resources we had, and some of us didn't. You know, some of us took a mental toll. It took a mental toll on us that maybe other people didn't experience. And so I think what's been really interesting is the best way to answer your question is to say I've gone through phases.
Yeah.
You know, there was the initial period of the pandemic where I thought, you know, I'm going to be fine. It's 21 days because that's what they said, 21-day plan.
Yep.
21 days. And
Yep.
I thought I can do 21 days. And then I thought, you know what, it might be 2 months. And then we hit that period, especially when we got into like, you know, the winter months where it was like, man, this is just unrelenting.
Yeah.
It's nonstop. It just keeps on going. And yeah, the best way I can put it is I've been surviving. And I think like many people out there, I've been coping, and then there's moments where I feel like I cannot cope.
Right.
And then there are moments where I go like, I'm fine, I can do this. But it has definitely not been a normal situation, nor do I try to make it normal.
So how do you, as a performer, you're a stand-up comedian, your life is in front of an audience. You tell a joke, you get the response, right? You get the affirmation, the thing I thought of was great. How do you adjust that doing a late night comedy show where you're in a little nook in your apartment?
I adjust it because I have to. And that's what's been the one thing that has saved me mentally, is understanding that the situation is, therefore I have to be, you know? And so one of the quickest things I did with the pandemic was I accepted the reality of what I was living in. And I think that's where a lot of people struggled, is they didn't accept it. They went, when are we going back to the office?
Right.
When are our kids going back to school? And it's good to ask those questions, but not to live in a perpetual state of not accepting your reality. And so for myself, I literally just had to say, well, what if there were never audiences? And what if you never were in a studio? And what if you never had space? And what if you never act accordingly? Because what I realized very quickly was I was going to lose my mind if I kept waiting for something that was never going to end,
right,
or something that might never change. And so, yeah, I found as a performer I had to find a different gear, a different conversation that I would be having with an audience. Because like you and I now, this is similar to how I make the show. I think of one person, think of one set of eyes, one almost like collective idea of a human being who watches my show. And it's almost the imprint from all the people who came to the studio.
Yeah.
And I go, okay, that person is here now. I'm talking to them. What would I like to say to them?
Life is springing back to normal. There are a lot of shows that are thinking about coming back or have come back. How are you viewing the next few weeks or months and getting yourself back into that studio?
Well, that's the first thing I've had to do, is say, I'm not going back. How am I going forward? You know, and so like many people who have been lucky enough to emerge from the pandemic, I've had to ask myself, what are the lessons I've learned from this time? And how will that affect or augment my life moving forward? And that is no different to the office. I have to ask questions for all of us. How many days a week do we need to be here physically? What are we doing and why are we doing it? How are we doing it? How do I want to live my life in accordance to the show, and the show in accordance to my life? How do I want to figure out those pieces? I think those are some of the things that I'm trying to figure out now. So for myself, what is the studio? What is the studio I go back to? What is the journey I move forward to? These are all the things I'm trying to play with. But what I don't want to do is try and go back to a life as if this thing didn't happen.
Right.
Because I say to everyone in my life, if you are going to live as if the pandemic didn't happen, man, you're almost living in denial, because this has been one of the greatest existential threats to humankind that we've seen in a very long time.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We've had a pandemic, we've had a presidential election, a new president, an insurrection. You had the murder of George Floyd just over a year ago. When you and I talked, I think it was about 3 years ago,
Yeah.
we were in that studio and you said something to me. You said, I think at the end of the day, the show has to be funny. However I deliver it differently
Yes.
than other late night shows, you gotta laugh at the end.
Right.
So how do you navigate those heavy, heavy, heavy issues and those heavy moments in our society and still be funny about it in the way you've been for the last year and change?
I ask myself what the purpose of that funny is. And I think that's something that during the pandemic I've really crystallized in myself as a human being. I've come to realize that I don't use humor to belittle or to make fun of a situation. I use humor as a coping mechanism. I use humor to remind myself of where I wish to be as a person, you know, and that is in a place where I'm smiling, in a place where not everything is the worst in the world. And that's what I think comedy does. You know, when a child falls or a baby hurts themselves, what's the first thing you try and get them to do? It's to laugh again.
Yeah.
You want them to smile. You know, not because you want them to forget the pain, but because you want them to remember how they were before that pain entered their lives. And so now when I make the show, what I realize is I can use humor as a pressure release valve, you know, for the moments. And I can also use humor to almost deconstruct what is happening. You know, sometimes humor helps you because it's very honest.
Yes.
You know, and so what I'm really trying to do now is say to an audience, tune into my show if you would like to be kept abreast of what's happening in the world, and if you don't want to feel like it's all doom and gloom, because I don't believe it is. And I don't believe we can ever live like it is, because if that's the case, then we've lost all hope. And if we've lost all hope, what's the point of living?
How do we get back to some place where we can have conversations, where it's not just about the tweet that was a burn, or that, you know, that's what politicians do now.
Yes.
They just want to signal to their side that I'm fighting for you and here's a tweet. How do we get back somewhere, not perfect, but somewhere in the middle where we can talk?
So I think there are a few things that I've had to acknowledge for myself as a person. Is one, who am I talking to and why? You know, I think there are a lot of bad faith actors out there, a lot of people who don't want to have a conversation with you. They just want to, quote unquote, own you.
Yep.
I'm not trying to have a conversation with that person. But there are many people who I am trying to have a conversation with. And so when you ask me how I think we can get there, I don't know how the we can be collectively, but to go to the old adage, I'll just try and be the change. You know, I'll try and talk to as many people I don't agree with as possible. I'll try and engage them in a civil manner. You know, I try and stay away from like the straight up, like bam, bam. You know, don't get me wrong, I'm still gonna tell jokes. I'm still gonna have fun with that. And if you come at me, I'll come back at you with a joke. I'm still a comedian in that way.
Yeah.
But when it comes to like hard conversations, I would like to have those more and more with people. You know, I would like to have more moments where I engage someone in a space where we know we don't agree, but we both see each other as human beings.
Right.
I want to practice that more and more and more as a person. And so on a societal level, I don't think it is possible for us to ever get back to that until we look at all of the things that make it impossible. So social media fundamentally makes it impossible because it is designed to get as much engagement as possible. That's how they generate what they generate, you know? And so maybe there's a way to clean that up. Maybe there's a way to say to social media companies, hey, we're incentivizing you to find some way to make people not just enemies with each other. Stop putting these posts up of Willie where Trevor says he wants to burn down his house. You know, he doesn't need to see that. How is it helping him?
Right.
And in media, I think we have a role to play, you know?
Sure.
Are we only broadcasting conflict, or are we trying to have civil conversations, you know? Because the thing that I always try and explain to people is this, you know, and this is like how I think of my show. I go, I don't pretend to not be biased. I have my opinions, and I share them with people. What I hope we can start to do more of in society is agree on a reality. Then we can fight about that reality.
Right.
You know, so think of it like a game of basketball. Everyone is fighting over the same ball and the same rim, but they all agree that those things are there. Then they can fight about how the game is played. That was a foul, that wasn't a foul.
Right.
You know, you've got this many points, I'm going to beat you.
Yeah.
But you're agreeing on the reality of the game.
Right.
Right now in society, we're getting to a place where we don't even agree that there's a ball.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Controversy in South Lake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame. This is South Lake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism. But when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is South Lake. All episodes available now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
So I mentioned new administration. How has it been for you digging into the Biden administration? Obviously much different from the Trump administration, but do you approach the show differently with this man in the office?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, there is no lying that Donald J. Trump was, I think it was Jeff Zucker who called him this back in the days, a one-man publicity wrecking ball machine. That's what he says, it's just chaos.
Yeah.
You know, there's no denying that that's what Donald Trump brought. Now, while that, I think, had good elements because it brought people into politics that weren't necessarily interested before, the downside was it all became about him.
Right.
And I honestly believe that most issues in society are not about Donald Trump. They're not all his fault. They're not all because of him. He might be a symptom, but he's not the cause. And so because he was really good at garnering that attention, it then made society unable to have conversations around the real issues that were taking place. You know, and so now I'm trying to focus more on the issues than on the politics of the issues. Because that's the thing about America as well, that I've really come to realize, especially during the pandemic, is America makes everything political. Everything is left or right.
Yep.
Everything is red or blue. I didn't grow up like that. You know, I hear people all the time in America saying, well, as a Republican, well, as a Democrat. I've never said that phrase in my life because we've never done. In South Africa, no one says, well, as an ANC support, as a DA support. No one says that.
Yeah.
In fact, where I'm from, we would spend more time criticizing the people we voted for than the people we didn't vote for. Because you elected them to do something that you want, ergo you would criticize them. America's really interesting in that regard, and I think that discourse doesn't lead people to have real conversations. A mosque isn't political. And so how you use it and where you use it, these are things that people can discuss, but it shouldn't be political. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Trash shouldn't be political. Any conversation in life shouldn't be political. There's so many that shouldn't be political, and yet we are making it that. And so what I'm trying to do now, and Biden delivered on one thing that he promised on, and that was he's going to be the president that nobody wants to talk about. That's been great, because now we get to delve into issues that affect everybody. Because one thing that I think every American can agree upon is, regardless of who's in office, there are still people who are struggling to pay the rent. There are still people who are struggling. They haven't seen a wage increase in years. There are still people who don't know whether their children will be able to go to school. There are still people who don't know how they're going to put food on the table. There are still people who don't know if they can afford healthcare. That will always happen from administration to administration. So I think it goes beyond politics. And so now on the show, I look at the issues, and then we'll touch on the politics that may affect it. But I think we need to have more interesting conversations about what affects us as human beings.
You had a pretty good strategy during the Trump years, which you said in our previous interview too, is I refuse to be perpetually outraged. You just can't be outraged every minute of every day and have a healthy life or run a comedy show. So did that help you get through those 4 years of Donald Trump where you couldn't look at every tweet and set your hair on fire? Yeah.
Definitely. You know, I think a lot of people also like to get enraged. You know, it'll be like, oh, Trump tweeted this. And it's like, yeah, but you don't have to look at all his tweets. Oh, Trump made this joke at a rally. Yeah, he made that joke to his people. You don't have to get angry about everything that the person is doing. I would always say to people, think about what's offending you and what's affecting you. They're two separate things. You know, I would even say that it even happened with comedians in and around that time. You know, people were getting angry at comedians and they were like, how can you say that? How can you say that? How can you say that? And I don't think people shouldn't be held accountable, don't get me wrong. But I also think people have to ask themselves sometimes in life, are you allowing yourself to become enraged by things that are not happening to you necessarily? You're gonna go out of your way to find a thing that somebody said, look at what this person said in Thailand on the train. Is that gonna make you angry now?
Right.
You know what I mean? You're living in Ohio and you're gonna get angry about what someone said in another country, on another continent, to another person. Man, we cannot live like that. And so what I learned to do was ask myself, what is affecting us? And what is just offending us? The things that are affecting people, let's deal with those issues. Things that are offensive, you can have fun with them. That's comedy.
You're also going back and doing stand-up, I understand. You got a tour coming up.
Yes, I am.
What's the plan there? Is there one yet?
Yeah, there is. There is. I'm excited, man. This has been the longest period since I've started stand-up that I haven't done stand-up. You know, and so I actually was going to wait a little bit longer, and then I did a show with Dave Chappelle and Chris Rock and Michelle Wolf at the Stand in New York. It was a surprise show. Dave Chappelle said, come and watch a show, and then he tricked me, and the next thing I was on stage. And he was like, why aren't you on stage? And I said, I don't actually know. I'm waiting. He said, man, it's time. Let's go. And what I realized even in that moment when I was on the stage, I didn't have anything prepared for that moment. I didn't have an idea. But you know what? It felt like home. And I could feel the audience was starting to learn how to be an audience again. We were all experiencing this thing together. And that's why for myself, comedy is something I can never let die. Because how many times in life are we going to experience, or how many times have we taken for granted a space where hundreds or even thousands of people can come together for the purpose of laughing, Willie. Laughing, having a good time, enjoying themselves. Not there to fight, not there to argue about which team should win or shouldn't win, not there to cheer about politics, but just to laugh. Man, I didn't appreciate it as much as I do now. I've always loved it. But post-pandemic, I appreciate it more than ever before. And so I'm getting back on the road. I'm excited to be doing shows again. I'm getting ready. I've got my show and I'm preparing things. It'll be a little bit of what's happened, a little bit of nothing, which is great. I'll be telling jokes about, I don't know, 16th century England, you know? I'll be glad
Topical
to take,
stuff.
Yeah, I'll be glad to take a break from politics. That's what I miss about stand-up as well, you know? I used to do shows where like, I would have like people who would be like, I'm Republican. People would even say, I don't like your politics, but I like your comedy. And I was like, well, come to my comedy then. Come to the show.
good enough for me, right?
Hey man, we're human beings. At the end of the day, we're going to have to live in the same world. So if we can't find spaces and places where we can interact with each other, then we're doomed.
Yeah, and you've also got the film coming up, Born a Crime, which I was looking back, that book sitting on the New York Times bestseller list literally for years. You never could have imagined, could you, when you said, I'm just going to sit down and tell my story, here it is, that it became this phenomenon?
No. I told a story and I shared an experience. I shared a story of a mother and her son, and I shared a story of a country coming out of one of the craziest periods in human history, which was apartheid, and trying to establish itself as a democracy. I honestly did not think in any way, shape or form this would become what it is today. You know, I didn't think people would be still reading the book years later. It would still be on the New York Times bestsellers list. You know, it would be the #1 Audible book of all time. I didn't think that. I didn't think kids would be learning it in school.
And now your mother must be pleased that Lupita's playing her.
What's interesting, so my mom doesn't care for celebrity at all. She doesn't keep up with it. She doesn't know anything about it at all. She was just happy when she saw the picture. My mom doesn't know who Lupita is, but she was just like, because my mom hears about things from people in the street, which is hilarious for me. So someone will come up to her in the street and be like, "Wow, you're gonna be in a movie," and my mom's like, "What? Why? In a movie? Where? Where am I in a movie?" And then she'll phone me and be like, "You put me in a movie," and I'm like, "No, you're not gonna be in the movie. I'm making a movie about our book and our life." And she's like, "Oh, okay." And so I'm like, "Someone's gonna be acting you." And she goes, "Who?" And I go like, "Oh, Lupita Nyong'o." And she's like, "Who's that?" I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna send you a picture, and this is her." And I sent her, and she's like, "Oh, okay, no, I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I'm happy that it's an African woman because I'm an African woman." And I was like, "Did you think I was gonna ask Julia Roberts to play you? Like, what? Where does this come from?" But my mom is just like, man, she's just simple and living her life.
That's awesome. That is incredible. But what about for you personally, to walk into the building with a billboard in New York City on the side, given where you've come from, everybody's read the story in your book, do you ever stop yourself and go, wow, I can't believe how this has turned out?
Here's the truth of it. The truth is, it's a gift and a curse. Everything in life, I think, has its gifts and its curses. On the one hand, obviously, coming from a life where sometimes in my family we didn't know if we would have food on a day, to live the life I'm living today, I'm like, man, I can't believe this is insane. You know, I can order a mains and a starter if I want. That's one of the biggest things where I go, I've made it. I'm not even lying. I look at the menu and I go, I have both. And I really still go, man, I'm blessed. I'm really blessed. And then there are times when I see a billboard or I see a poster and I'm like, that's me. That's insane. That is me. I can't believe how far I've come, and I'm happy because I've brought my family with me, and I've brought my friends and my community, and I've been able to help people because of that. That's a gift. The curse is the fact that you have a billboard. You know what I mean? Like, people take this for granted. If I'm in let's say I'm in like I'm in a line somewhere and something goes wrong, someone spills something on me, someone kicks me, whatever, I can't just be like, bah! You've just got to breathe, because if you're not careful, someone's going to take a video and be like, Trevor losing his cool, but we should all be allowed to lose our cool, Willie.
Yes.
But because if I'm not careful, then the thing, so it comes with its curses.
Yes.
You know, because I think you lose a little bit of the way you would live if you weren't like surveilled.
Of course.
You know? Like, you get to the point now when you eat, you're like, is someone taking a picture of this moment? This is how I eat. Small bites, nothing too big. This is how I eat. Because you know the one time you're like, ah, that's the picture. They go, ah, you get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, of course.
It's one of those things.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
We were talking about George Floyd and how you handled that situation. You were out on hiatus when he was murdered,
right,
2 Mays ago. What were those couple of weeks or those days like for you as it sort of stewed in your mind and you figured out how to handle it?
When George Floyd was murdered and when we started to witness America in one of the most tumultuous periods we've ever seen, I was actually grateful for the fact that I wasn't on air, because I now didn't have to react to what was happening, but I could observe. I could listen to people. I could see what was happening. The biggest emotion I had was sadness. You know, I see a lot of people now who try and create a martyr out of George Floyd, and they go like, man, what George Floyd did and what. No, George Floyd did nothing. What was done to him? You know, he didn't choose to be a martyr, nor did he want to be, nor should he have been. And so when I was experiencing this, as many other people were, you're asking so many questions about life. Why is it so hard for us to have honest conversations about policing in America? You know, why is it hard for us to connect as human beings in and around a life that was lost? You know, why does it have to feel like acknowledging the lives of those that were lost means you have to diminish those of police officers? Why is all of this happening? Why are people failing to see the humanity in others? You know, and so in that period, that was the one thing that I kept on thinking was, do you understand what level the community has to get to the point where they're marching in the streets and protest? Do you understand what level people have to get to be there? And so for myself, I felt like I could not only observe, but then process, and then try to articulate what I could see was happening in the world, just by listening and observing the people that were going through it the most.
I've got to ask you about your collection of hoodies. Every night, go in there, there's some different color or rainbow, whatever it is. How many hoodies do you have?
Everyone asks me this and I'm afraid to count, because I think what happened is, so first, to understand the hoodies, you have to understand life. I'm at home. I don't know when I'm going back out into the world. Hoodies are what I wear at home.
Sure.
I love hoodies.
Yeah.
This is just my life, okay?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be making a show from home. It's like I'm not gonna wear a suit, I'm at home.
Right.
I don't wanna feel like I'm at home.
Right.
We're all in sweatpants on our Zooms, etc., etc. That's why I dressed the way that I did. Then, I was like, man, I'm running out of hoodies, because I thought it was gonna be 21 days.
Right.
So I had to buy a few more hoodies, and then I had to get a few more hoodies, and then I had to get the next thing I know, there's just hoodies. There's just hoodies everywhere, Willie. There's hoodies in every nook and cranny of my cupboard. There's just hoodies everywhere.
Just showing up.
Everywhere. But in many ways, the hoodie has become, you know, the uniform that I don for this period of time. It's become, you know,
Right.
It's become my little safety blanket. It's become my thing where I get into a mindset. I go, okay, it's time now. Go and do this thing. You put it on, and it's how I've created a sense of normalcy in a world that is completely abnormal right now. And so that's really all it is me going, okay, how do I get to, you know, just step into the zone? What's that moment where I go, okay, I'm doing this now? And that's what that's become. It's become my ritual. It's become my you know, non-spoken conversation with the audience. We're still in hoodie land right now as people. And I can't wait for the day when we're not.
Well, that's coming pretty soon, but your audience might be disappointed if you come out in a suit now. They want to see those hoodies.
Maybe, you never know. Maybe I'll do hoodies on Tuesdays and suits on Wednesdays. That's what I mean about I'm not going back, I'm only going forward.
There you go, Hoodie Tuesdays.
You never know.
Thanks, man.
Hello, Today All Day. Up next on Hashtag Cooking, Samadata making 2 protein-packed recipes with a pantry staple, canned chickpeas. First, she's going to use the chickpeas to make a hearty dinner with a chana masala and roasted sweet potatoes. For dessert, she's going to turn the legume into ooey gooey chocolatey brownies. We promise you won't even taste the chickpeas.
Just get out your aggression on these sweet potatoes, okay? If you have any stress in your life, don't take it out on your friends. Make this recipe. Take it out on these potatoes. My life would not run without chickpeas. Whether in savory recipes or sweet, chickpeas are truly the legume loves of my life. I guess you could really say I'm a hashtag chickpea chick. I'm going to show you 2 of my favorite recipes to use chickpeas, my chana masala stuffed sweet potatoes, and a delicious and surprising chickpea brownie. I know, once you make these recipes, you're going to love chickpeas as much as I do. Chana masala, sometimes called chole, is a spiced chickpea curry that my mom used to make for me all the time when I was growing up. It's one of my favorite Indian vegetarian dishes, so today I thought I'd get a little creative and stuff the chana masala inside some baked sweet potatoes. So, if baked potatoes are your vibe and spiced chickpeas are your vibe, then this is the recipe for you. I've got all of my cute sweet potatoes here. They're clean, so I'm just gonna poke them with a fork so they can release steam when they bake. Don't mistake your hand for a potato, okay? Promise me you won't do that. Keep your eyes on your goal. All right, I definitely did some damage here. Now I'm just gonna rub these potatoes with some olive oil and then sprinkle with some salt. These potatoes are at the spa currently. They're loving their lives. They're about to go into the sauna. I only find myself funny. The olive oil is gonna allow the sweet potatoes to get nice and crisp on the outside. I love eating the skin too, it's really yummy. Now, just a little sprinkle of salt. We can't forget to season everything. We need flavor everywhere. My cutie little potatoes are ready. They're going in the oven 40 to 45 minutes at 425 degrees. Now that my sweet potatoes are safely in the oven, they're secure in there, I am gonna start on my chana masala. First thing I'm gonna do is dice my onions. Just clearing my workspace, nothing to see here. I love using onions in basically everything, but onions, garlic, and ginger are just key aromatics in Indian cooking. You really can't have Indian cooking without them. Now for my garlic, just gonna mince it. A mince is really, really fine, so you just wanna get all of that delicious garlicky flavor out. You know you did this right if you smell like garlic for 3 days. We're just getting at all of that flavor. Now I'm just gonna use some ginger. A really easy way to peel ginger is to use a spoon. You can just use it to scrape back that little peel, like so. See how easy that is? Super easy. And I'm using only 1 inch here. Now I'm just gonna mince my ginger up super fine. I wanna extract all that flavor, just so it matches the garlic too. Okay, my onions, my garlic, my ginger, we're all ready for the hot oil. So now I'm just gonna heat some oil in my medium pot until it shimmers, and then I'll add all of my aromatics. Heating up my olive oil in my pot. Once the oil shimmers, then I know it's ready for the onions. Taking a little peek, the olive oil is shimmering, so it's time to add my onions. I want to cook these onions in the olive oil until they're tender, translucent, and starting to brown around the edges. I want to get some color on them before I add the ginger and the garlic. And the reason that we're not adding the garlic and the ginger in with the onions is because those take a lot less time to cook. So we want to get the onions going, and then we'll add the ginger and garlic so those two don't burn. I think these onions are ready to meet their garlic and ginger companions. Garlic. Ginger. That smell. You want to cook the garlic and ginger in with the onions for about 1 to 2 minutes so it smells aromatic and fragrant. Get rid of that raw smell. This is my masala box, my masala dabba, my prized possession. I have literally never lived a single day in my kitchen without it. It's how I store all of my favorite spices. It's also how my mom taught me to store all of my spices. Let me show you a little reveal. Look at that. These are all my favorite spices that I use. And these are also the ones that are gonna go in my chana masala. My onions, garlic, and ginger smell amazing. They look amazing, which means it's time for my masala. I'm going to add some of my favorite masala spices here. I like to add cayenne for some heat, for some spice. Adding turmeric, one of my favorite spices. A lot of cumin, I absolutely love it. Time for some coriander powder. Adding that straight in. Did you know that coriander powder is just the seeds of cilantro ground up? Now you know. Now I'm just gonna add a little bit of salt and pepper. So I want to roast my masala spices until that raw masala smell goes away. We want to toast it, we want it to smell fragrant and aromatic. And finally, my little secret ingredient, amchur powder, or dry mango powder. Amchur powder is so tangy, it's tart, it adds a little something extra into this chana masala. Adding amchur powder was definitely my mom's tip, so thank you, Mom, for making my chana masala a lot better than it was before. I wish you could smell it, but you can't. So you're just gonna have to make it. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules, but I am making them a little bit here. Okay, my masala smells amazing, smells super aromatic. Now I'm gonna add my tomato paste. Here. I wanna cook the tomato paste in with my onions and spices until it deepens in color. Now I'm gonna add my tomatoes. You can use fresh tomatoes for sure, but I'm using canned and crushed tomatoes because I think convenience is the most gorgeous thing. My tomatoes are looking delicious. Delish. Now I'm gonna add my vegetable broth. Okay, I've brought everything to a boil. Now I'm just gonna reduce to a simmer and cook uncovered for 5 minutes. We have to add a very important friend to the party, our chickpeas. I could never forget about them. How could you think that? Adding them straight in here. Get them really up in that gravy. Now that the chickpeas have found a really nice home in here, I just want to simmer this together for 20 minutes. I want the gravy to become thick and the chickpeas to really infuse in with all of that masala. Make sure you cover this while it simmers.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, 20 minutes has passed. I think it's time we take a peek at my chana masala. I mean, look at that. Look how thick it is. It looks delicious. It smells even better. There is one more thing that I do like to add in my chana masala. It's just a little sneaky spinach. Nothing to see here, just some sneaky spinach. You won't even see it or taste it. I just like to sneak in some cute greens in there from time to time, you know? Just adding a handful. I'm just gonna tear it, roughly. No science to that here. And I'm gonna stir it into my chana masala until it wilts. Speaking of something green, I do like to add a little bit of cilantro in here as well. Something zesty, herby, brings all of the flavors to light. I keep those tender stems, but I'll remove the thick stems like this. This doesn't have to be added to our chana masala. All this talk about cilantro has me craving something, my cilantro mint chutney. I'm gonna show you how to make that. I'm just gonna let this hang out while I do that. Let me just start off by saying that I love chutney. A life without chutney is one that I just don't wanna live. If you're not eating chutney, you are not living. Chutney is super popular in Indian food, especially Indian street food. I find that it's zesty, it's bright, it's usually with a lot of herbs, a lot of spices, a lot of lemon or something acidic. It's super delicious and really tangy. Let's make my favorite cilantro mint chutney. This, by the way, is so easy to make. You're just gonna throw everything in your blender. Just gonna get my cilantro ready. Again, just like in my chana masala, where it's okay to keep those tender stems on the cilantro, I'm just gonna keep the tender ones but remove the thicker ones. These are a bit more bitter, so we don't want these in our chutney. Like I said, super simple recipe, gonna add everything to our blender. I don't know why these spatulas are in here. They wanted their 15 seconds of fame. Remove them. I'm gonna add my cilantro straight into my blender. Like that. Mint is super floral, it's very bright. So I find that it complements the cilantro really well. And anything you add this in is just gonna really awaken the flavors. If the flavors were sleeping, this chutney is gonna awaken the flavors. I love some heat, I love some spice. So we're gonna be adding a full green chili here. If you want it to be less spicy, you can de-seed it. But I will not be partaking in that. I want all the spice. Just gonna trim it, pop it straight in there. Yes, I live life a little risky. It's just how I do. Just juicing a fresh lemon in. Nothing like some fresh lemon juice. It's gonna really brighten all of those flavors up. Add something a bit acidic, which we need with all of those zesty herbs. Now for my spices, I'm gonna add some salt and a little cumin. My precious box. Little cumin. And some salt. Now I'm just gonna add a little bit of water to help get the blender going. You can feel free to add more water as you blend, just if you need to get the blender moving a bit more. Texture looks great. Oh, it smells so good too. That, as you can see, some nice texture. I wanted this to be a little thinner because I will be drizzling it on top of my chana masala stuffed sweet potatoes. I'm gonna set this aside, go check on my potatoes, and then I'm gonna get ready to plate.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I mean, it is literally oozing sweetness. Look at that caramelization. Okay, so I have to tell you something. Chana masala is typically served with roti, naan, or rice, but I wanted to get a little fun here, a little creative, so I'm gonna stuff my chana masala into my sweet potatoes. And I'll take a bath now. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to plate. I think I'm ready to eat. That I know for sure. I am gonna get this potato right here. That is the one that I want. This is the chosen one. Look at all of that sugar that's just caramelized around the edges. Okay, you need to look at this. Do you see this? Do you see it? Okay, onto my plate we go. Love a sweet potato. Love, literally love. Time to bring my chana masala into the picture. I'm gonna move these guys aside. I will see you later. Time for you. Does everyone talk to their food like I do? Maybe not. Okay. I'm gonna cut my sweet potato. Just create a little slit right here. Just a little home for that chana masala to sit in. Look at that steam. Perfect. Now it's time for my chana masala. That smells so good. Gonna get a little bit of everything, that thick gravy, the chickpeas, my sneaky spinach. Straight inside. It fits perfectly. Little home for my chana masala. Great. Okay. Now, did not forget about my cilantro chutney. This is gonna add some brightness, some freshness, and a little bit of spice. Now, just for a little bit of glam, we're gonna add some chopped, or I should say torn cilantro. A little on the plate, just to, you know, aesthetics. I can assure you that my mom has never done this before, so I have to show her a picture. I wanna see what she's gonna think. She will be proud of this chana masala though, because that looks pretty good. Mom, I hope you're proud. That looks so pretty. Aesthetically speaking, this looks amazing. Can I eat this now? I think yes, I can eat this now. I mean, this literally can do no wrong. It's hearty, it's satisfying, it's filling. It's very balanced. I think I really leveled up baked potatoes today. Perfect weeknight, dinner, even lunch. That caramelization on that sweet potato is just getting me. I just can't even handle it. Looks so good. We all think of chickpeas in something like a chana masala, right? But here's the secret. I really like to bake with them in my desserts. I know you're questioning my life choices right now, but just you wait. I'm gonna go get the ingredients for my chickpea brownies.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Prets.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These chickpea brownies are one of the most popular recipes on my blog. And because I know you're wondering, I know you're asking the question, can you taste the chickpeas? All I have to say to you is no. All they do is simply create an irresistible fudgy texture. And with chocolate involved, everyone wins. So let's get to it. First thing I'm gonna add in here is some almond butter. I like this because it's kind of rich, it's nutty, it adds a lot to these brownies. Now we're gonna add my chickpeas, my most valuable pantry player, my MVPP, my chickpeas. Make sure before you add these chickpeas into your blender, you rinse them super well. And just remember, the chickpeas don't add any flavor to these brownies. All they do is help to create a really nice fudgy texture and make it really satiating when you eat it. Now I'm gonna go for some vanilla extract. Delish. To sweeten these chickpea brownies up, I'm gonna use some coconut sugar. Beautiful. Now for my flour in these brownies, I'm not actually using a bunch of it at all. I'm gonna use some almond flour. It's kind of dense, it's delicious. It's also gonna help create a nice and fudgy brownie. What I like about almond flour is that it's just almonds, right? So that creates some really good texture and also a really nice nutty finish. Okay, we've got to have a little bit of cocoa powder. I'm using unsweetened cocoa powder here. This is really important. We don't want anything added to our cocoa powder. We want it to be pure. And we're already adding sugar to our brownie, so no need to buy a sweetened cocoa powder. To help everything blend, I'm gonna add some almond milk now and a little bit later too. Are you ready for the blender brownies of your dreams? Are you ready to not make a smoothie and make brownies instead? Same. Okay, here we go. Perfection, perfection. I'm gonna scrape the sides down, give it another little blend. You want it to be super, super smooth. You literally never know there are chickpeas in here. It's actually kind of scary. Okay, you gotta look at this texture. You gotta look at this texture. Come on now, that's just not fair. Super velvety, really smooth. Just needs one thing, chocolate chips, because it's me. And why would I make a brownie without chocolate chips? It just doesn't seem right. Make sure you remove this from the blender before you add your chocolate chips so you don't blend up some chocolate chips into the air. No, that is not speaking from personal experience. I'm gonna fold in my chocolate chips. I do not measure this with anything but my heart and my soul. Now it's time to transfer it into my pan. Gotta get a shot of this. The texture is luscious. I know, there's chickpeas in here. Isn't that crazy? You really could fool a lot of people. I'm not saying do that. I'm not saying trick people, but like, I'm just saying you could. Have you ever wondered what the difference is between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? Well, I have news for you. There is no difference. They're the same thing. Garbanzo is just the Spanish term for a chickpea. This just looks nice, honestly, plus a little extra chocolate never hurt anyone. I gave up. Okay, we are ready for the oven. Going in 350 degrees for 35 to 40 minutes, and I'm so excited for their journey. My pride and joy, my chickpea brownies. I've let them cool for 25 minutes. This is important because it lets them firm up. And when they come out of the oven, you know that they're done when they start to pull away from the sides of the pan. Look at how easy parchment paper makes my life. All right. I mean, look at how fudgy that is. Delish. All that has to happen, it's time for me to eat it. Okay, I think I'm ready to taste. Oh, it's so fudgy. Mmm. This is my party trick, putting chickpeas into brownies. I just need to take a picture of that interior, that fudgy bit. It's too good. It is crazy how you can't taste the chickpeas. They just add to that really nice fudgy texture. We've got some rich chocolate, so they taste super decadent, but they're also super satiating. And so fudgy, melts in your mouth. The extra chocolate chips, nobody's mad about that. I'm not mad about it. I hope this inspired you to use chickpeas in new and fun, unique ways, even baking them into brownies. Now you know why they're so versatile, and also why they're the legume love of my life.
welcome to Today.
Good morning, everybody.
This is an excited bunch. So much good stuff coming up this fall.
Let's kick it off, guys. Are you ready? Welcome to Today. We're so happy that you're joining us.
You can't spend your whole time trying to run another country by proxy.
Do you believe schools should mandate the vaccine?
I believe everybody who's eligible to be vaccinated should get vaccinated.
We are going to reflect on the extraordinary life and career of our friend Willard Scott.
Obviously, we want to remember all those amazing people who are lost, but let's celebrate them.
You guys have new neighbors up in space.
We did see them for just a few seconds.
Zero gravity is where things really take off.
Look, Ma, no hands.
And last night, quite the show.
We have got to see this.
Broadway's back!
Akuna. Nutella.
Don't adjust your tone.
You're so obsessed with me.
Are you guys seeing this?
Donna Rama. All right, Donna, who are we playing for?
I know this is so boring and you can cut this out, but
Give it up, the one and only Keith Urban. This is Today on NBC.
Hoo-wee! September sure was a busy month here in Studio 1A. We covered so much, so we thought, why not bring you behind the scenes to let you in on the TV magic? So over the next half hour, in what we're calling the making of today, we're going to pull back the curtain, which sounds odd, and show you how the big moments on the broadcast come together each morning. And what better place than to start on the Great White Way, Broadway. After 18 months of theaters being dark, Broadway is back. And today was part of the Great White Way's big reopening. We lifted the curtain at 3 different shows and made it all come together for the next morning. So how did it all happen? Check it out.
Hey guys, look what we're doing.
We're behind the scenes.
We're taking you right behind the scenes of Broadway. It's
let's
so
go.
much fun. Backstage, all of it.
Broadway is back, baby, and we got to be there for a very exciting moment.
You ready?
Along with our cameras, producers, and a few special guests.
There you go.
What do you say about Broadway?
As Hoda and Savannah waited for their first interview at Wicked,
Should I do the witches first?
Savannah and daughter Vale entertained the team. With their lyrics memorized, they were ready to interview the real Glinda and Elphaba until New York City sounds got in the way.
How do you feel, girls? Oh my God. Well, that's a New York welcome right there.
That is how we feel.
All the things you don't see on TV. Meanwhile, my producer, Erica Glass, set up with our crew at Hamilton.
So just to catch you up on what we're doing, we were just here for the Ham for Ham. They have a ticket lottery that happens before each show, so we shot that. Now we're just waiting for Alan Craig to get here, and we're just setting up. There's lights, there's sound, there's cameras. We're ready.
And with that, we hit the ground running, interviewing.
Are you excited? Yeah!
And making jokes with the fans outside.
Al Roker tonight is Hamilton.
Wow, that would be amazing.
No, I'm breaking news to you. Like, this is happening.
After no one believed that, we went to the theater balcony for more interviews where I had a surreal moment of my own.
Just for a moment, you know how few people have been up on the marquee of the Richard Rodgers Theater?
It gets no better.
This is, wow!
Hamilton's back.
Woo!
New York City's back.
Look at all these people. They're streaming.
Oh!
I mean, when was the last time
Yes!
Are you ready? My people!
My people!
They responded to that. My people!
Oh, I love this country. Anticipation for the show building as our cameraman Bill Angelucci capturing it all.
Here we are, getting ready to go here.
And as we signed off at Hamilton,
Got the ticket, got the playbill, got a Hamilton Fizz. Woohoo! Broadway's back, baby.
Jenna and Carson were just getting started at The Lion King.
Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. Right? Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase.
With producer Christine Morea taking charge.
What do we do here?
We're just a little stand-up,
We're here
like.
at the Lion King. We're getting ready to open. We're about to open the doors. Can't wait.
Okay. We are here at the Lion King, Minskoff Theater, New York.
Our crew filming every moment as Jenna and Carson pumped up the crowd and kept them hyped as they walked through those famous doors.
Enjoy the show!
Have fun, everybody. Get some popcorn.
And Broadway's back!
Yeah!
And with that, Broadway was officially open.
Who's gonna know your name? What's your name, man?
Alexander.
But it doesn't mean our work is done.
We are loading our footage that we just shot at the Lion King. I'm going to rush it over to 30 Rock after this, where another producer will then screen and write this. And then we have a team of 2 producers who are cutting this overnight to air tomorrow. So it takes a village.
Christine gets the footage to producer Kate Redding, who edits through the night.
It is 2:45 in the morning. The shows have long ended and all the crowds have gone home, but now it's my turn to do my job. I'm working with another producer and 2 editors. We are all working together. We have this script. We've got about 5 hours until this is going to be on the air.
Making it all come together.
Last night, we all had the honor of helping reopen the doors on the Great White Way.
With the best team in the business. Every day, our team proves what it looks to be like defying gravity. Up next, we're going to do that literally. Join me and our crew as we talk about taking flight in zero gravity.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame. This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. You may have seen my flight of a lifetime in zero gravity, a trip some 30,000 feet above the ground that affords you a weightless experience without leaving Earth. And if it's about weightlessness, I'm all for it. I caught up with our crew after to find out how they made this story soar. On TV, my flight in zero gravity may have looked effortless.
Look, Ma, no hand.
But for the crew behind the camera, this unique and weightless journey was a heavy lift.
How'd you get the assignment?
It kind of fell in my lap maybe 2 days before we actually got on the plane. I just got a call from my senior producer and said, hey, do you want to go into a zero-G flight with Al Roker? And when you get a question like that, you don't say no.
It normally takes a couple of weeks at least of planning. Here you had 2 days. What went into that?
You might not know this, but we weren't actually cleared to get on the plane until about 30 minutes before you arrived. Yeah. So, I mean, it really came down to the wire there.
Once on board, our next concern, motion sickness, especially since flights like these have been dubbed vomit comets.
I was surprised that they said most cameramen get sick.
If any of us get sick, the shoot's ruined.
Forget about the shoot being ruined, the flight's ruined.
And
Not to mention our flight suits.
Exactly. And I don't think anybody wants to puke on Al Roker.
Or does Al Roker want to puke on anybody else?
Well, I mean, then I think we just have to sit back and deal with it.
You're making me nauseous, actually.
Yeah.
Pushing over, 0-1.
As it turns out, floating in zero gravity is surprisingly chaotic.
When I thought, okay, Al's going to go weightless, it didn't register in my mind that I'm also going to be weightless. Suddenly, I'm floating too. It just turns the whole thing on its head, literally.
My view of the cameramen floating around and watching them struggle was just very funny.
it was difficult for them to actually do their job to begin with because they can't really look at what they're shooting. They're just kind of pointing it in your direction and hoping for the best.
And because the plane flies in waves, we had less than 30 seconds at a time to make weightless magic.
This panic sets in that I have 30 seconds to capture this and I can't control my body right now.
This is one of those where you think you can prep, but no one can actually tell you what you need or what you can experience.
Did I mention the roar of the plane kept us from hearing each other?
Mic drop!
I didn't hear anything he said the entire time we were in that airplane.
It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
At that moment, I have no idea he's saying that, but his commentary was great.
Are you happy with the way the piece turned out?
I love the piece. I think it's great. One of the things that I wanted to put in was that the first hour of the flight is a totally normal flight.
I sat down and I knocked out because that's what I do when I fly.
That is another thing that I wanted to mention in the spot, and I just wasn't sure, honestly, if you were going to be okay with me telling people that you fell asleep on the flight. Because I just thought, again, going back to how normal this thing is, like, Al Roker fell asleep, like he was totally zenned out.
Glad I had our crew along for that out-of-this-world experience. But you know who was really floating on Cloud 9 for one assignment? Our own Chanel Jones. Earlier this month, Chanel was able to talk to stars at the Met Gala. Here's her behind-the-seams look at fashion's biggest night.
Studded with nearly as many stars that light up the night sky, the Met Gala shines bright as celebrities showcase their stellar looks on the red carpet. And I got the chance to greet them with that question we all want answered. Can you tell us who you're wearing?
Tell us who you're wearing. Tell us who you're wearing.
But not far from those world-famous steps of New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art, my Monday began just like any other at 30 Rockefeller Plaza. Good morning and welcome to the third hour of Today on this Monday, September 13th, and a date I had circled on my calendar for weeks.
So I just finished third hour today. And now it is Met Gala time, so I've got my hair out. We're gonna do something fun. Shall we start the journey? Let's do it. I'm with Bianca. She's doing my hair. Say hi. So we are walking to the car. We're gonna go to my house and get ready. I feel like, am I nervous? I don't know if I'm nervous. I don't know how to describe what I'm feeling, but excited. Excited. Okay, yay. Exciting. We're back in the corner of my living room, the back of the house. So shall we begin? Yes.
After 2 hours in hair and makeup, my glam squad worked its magic. And I had a trick of my own, mixing couture with a little bit of comfort as I made my way to the Met.
I literally had to bring flip-flops and walk because traffic is so bad. So across the street, I'm changing into my heels. And true story, Kathy Lee Gifford did one of these. She gave it to me.
Of course, I couldn't cover fashion's biggest night without an entourage of my own, a crew led by veteran Today Show producer Yael Fetterbush.
So I'm super excited. I'm going to the Met Gala. I'm on my way.
In her more than 20 years with Today, Yael has traveled the world, meeting some famous faces along the way. But she'd never covered a red carpet event until now.
We have to check in and show our COVID vaccine cards and get cleared for our credentials.
We waited behind the scenes with all the reporters for about an hour or so, and now we're all going in one at a time into the tent. Let's do it.
Once inside, we quickly took a look around before cramming into our designated space. Corralled next to other media outlets, I had some time to catch up with a friend.
I'm talking to my friend Joelle, who's across the way.
Before the heels came off once again.
Oh my God, so much better.
Then some last-minute accessories for our setup.
Just a trip to Michael's. No big deal.
What's this, sister?
Woo! Fancy, fancy. Life in a fishbowl as the guests began pouring in. With the party officially started, it was up to me to get the attention of each celebrity.
You were my inspiration tonight. I kid you not. Oh my gosh. I hope I did you proud. No, you did. I hope I did you proud.
A fangirl moment from an unforgettable night I couldn't wait to share with Today Show viewers the next morning.
It was my first time covering the Met Gala at the Metropolitan Museum of Art here in New York City. It really was a good time.
Ms. Jones, thanks so much for letting us in on the secrets on how all that came together. Coming up, we're going to give away some set secrets through a tour of Studio 1A. Don't go away.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Here in our house, Studio 1A, we're going to give you insider access by taking you on a tour of our set. And I got to tell you, this correspondent is one of my all-time favorites. Me. This is my favorite part of the studio. We call it the data wall. This is where I do all my weather. We actually ended up going to Best Buy, and it was fantastic. Got this deal. No, we didn't really. It's very special. And I just kind of touch it, and boom! We got it for the election last year. This is far bigger than what Steve Kornacki has. Kornacki's got screen envy. All right, he's got the fancy khakis, but he doesn't have this. That's right. We can just do it, and we can put anything in here, but it really is terrific. So every morning before 7 a.m., I meet with our climate unit to discuss what we're going to share on the broadcast, and then we go over the graphics, and I've got this great team of folks, Don Sunikas, Catherine Prosiv, Brian Van Aken, usually from Day to Day, that come up with these graphics and design it, and we've got a lot of action and color. It's really fantastic. And I can change them like this, or I can have Don Sunikas, who's usually in there, change it like that. Boom. And so it's like magic. Here's a fun fact. Studio 1A is also now home to NBC Nightly News. And guess what? Lester Holt is actually paying me. That's right. I'm making some long green from Long Lester. I love it. All right. Now, our show's been in Studio 1A since 1994. We love the space, but we actually, like you, we go through some renovations every few years. That's right. We started at the beginning of the month. The contractors disappeared for 5 months, and then when they brought the cabinets in, they didn't fit. We got this new desk. It used to be a huge oval, but now it's a little semicircle. And here's the thing. We've got little monitors in here that we can pick up. We can watch Peacock or anything during the show. It's great. We also redid our floors. Now, we do have some wood paneling, but we also have this white kind of marbled look. And you may remember, for those of you who have that memory, our floor rotates. Oh, Gerard, could you start? Gerard's one of our main stage folks. The floor rotates. Look at that. Hey, this is fantastic. I'm just going to stay here. Here's a fun fact. Gerard could actually get this thing up to about 50 miles an hour. and people just start flying off. Whoever is able to hang on gets to actually keep their job. Come here. This is the part you don't really see. This is okay. That's Gerard, and who actually spins the monitor. There's Zach, who's our stage manager, and back there, that's Nate Congleton. Photo Nate, you might recognize him. He takes all the pictures. He's taking one right now. How meta is that? We're taking a picture of Nate taking a picture of us. It's hey, Gerard, spin this bad boy one more time. I love it. Here we go. I'm putting on my top hat. I love this. All right. Well, we got to get out of here. So we'll see you a little later. Oh, I had so much fun on that spinning floor. You know who else has a fun spin on things? Why, Hoda and Jenna, especially when they're making TikTok videos. They're on the TikTok. Social contributor Donna Farazan helped the ladies rack up more than 11 million views on their account. So what goes into the making of a viral video? See for yourself.
Hey everybody, Donna here in Studio 1A, and I'm going to take you behind the scenes at how I help Hoda and Jenna make their TikToks every day. So come follow me. Hoda, guess what? What? We have our own TikTok page. Okay, do you guys remember when we first launched our TikTok? Yes. What was your first reaction?
What?
We haven't said that in a while.
Well,
but
you
that
know what?
was our reaction.
We kind of thought we were getting cool. It was happening. We were hip.
Both of us were like looking to see what the dance is.
Yeah, we were shaking our booties.
I wish she fell off the chair.
To get inspo and see what's trending, I scroll through TikTok every night to see what might work for the ladies. Some of my favorite TikToks to make are with the celebs we have in our studio. Most recently, Addison Rae.
2, 1.
Why are you so obsessed with me? Oh no. Okay, first stop in my pitch process to the ladies is doing it right now, 3 minutes before air. Let's see if we have time.
Oh yeah. We gotta get that. I love her. No, we can be her. We could do her. Wow.
Swipe to the next one.
Okay, that looks more involved. Hold on. Yeah. Boom.
So basically you can choose your rendition.
I like the first one.
Yeah, I think the first one too.
Okay, I'm in the green room now, and neither Hoda, Jenna, nor I are particularly great dancers.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your choreographed dancing?
0.
Oh, you're not giving us a 4?
4, you have to have
get
rhythm.
1 for effort.
Okay, 1.
I'm gonna try out the TikTok dance that I want them to do first, just to, play fair. So, right after my segment, it's time to film the TikTok. Let's do it. So I'm gonna do a countdown clock, so you're gonna hear 3, 2, 1.
The booty, like crazy.
Yeah, crazy. Start, wait, okay, 3, 2, 1.
Really
terrible. The Hoda and Jenna spin to it. How'd you guys feel about doing that TikTok?
Well, one thing I know without looking at it, we're ridiculous and embarrassed.
I felt, embarrassed. I felt old. I felt like a hag.
No, you did not.
No!
15.
Sorry, JB.
JB's repulsed.
No. What do you guys think about the TikTok process in general? Are you into it? Are you over it?
No, we like TikTok.
We like it. We don't understand it still.
We like it, and we feel like we have lots of content that no one's interested in.
By the way,
keep putting out content.
Tell the people now.
Will you follow us? Click on us. Who are we talking to?
Hey, should I join TikTok? Well, I don't know. I still have to get on that worldwide interweb thing. Anyway, coming up, I'm going to answer some of your questions after the break.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. We've given you an inside look at what goes on behind the scenes. Now it's time to dive into a look behind my routines in a little segment we're calling Ask It All. I'm answering viewer questions and nothing is off the table.
How many pairs of glasses do you have?
The internet is obsessed with Al Roker's new glasses.
I've got about 10 pair, I think. My old ones, these were the old aviator glasses. Does anything say hipness more?
Your glasses are ridiculous.
You and Deborah both work in the industry. How do you lean on each other professionally?
When we first met, we were both here at NBC. Very soon after, she left to go to ABC. I think we've each made each other better. So I've helped her find her inner lightness, and she's helped me be a little more serious. Like right now, I'm not wearing pants, and she told me to do that.
I never get to really see Deborah Roberts at work. I've never gotten to see her do a live shot before.
Oh my gosh, I saw it over there.
Bye-bye.
Winds of 150 miles per hour.
When on location, covering extreme weather, how do you stay safe and get the job done?
We have an amazing crew. They know what to bring. They know where to set up so that we maximize our safety.
Don't you wish you had your weight back? Right about now I do. Oh.
Hey Al, for as long as you've worked here, what is the one thing that you are most grateful for about your job?
I am grateful for this job.
Coming to you on a dusty road.
All you do is add weight. So it would be something like this.
Al, you're an icon. Of all the places you've traveled throughout the years, what's been your most favorite?
I've been to Greenland, I've been to Iceland, we've been to Japan, we've been to China, we've been to Russia. I love them all. There's always something great about those places, especially when you get to meet folks with different cultures and different foods. And yet, the thing that still brings us together is that I think we're still very similar, that we still love our families, we still love our food, and we like meeting new people.
When that alarm goes off in the morning, what are the first three things you do?
I guess you can figure out one. You can probably figure out the second. I talk to my meteorologist, Don Sunikas, and get the forecast. And then we work on that. And then I go downstairs and we go over the graphics. And depending on how long the first two take, then I go to work.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
We hope you'll keep those questions coming because good news, the making of Today will air on our Today All Day streaming channel every month. Is that a good thing? Well, you decide. If you want more behind-the-scenes access to Today, sign up for Today Insider. You'll get a weekly email that includes early access to steals and deals, giveaways, and so much more. Just head to today.com/insider. Now, if you thought September was busy, get ready for October. And if you think October is going to be busy, November is going to be off the chain. We'll take you along for the ride as we prep for International Day of the Girl, our Halloween extravaganza, and so much more. Until then, see you then.
Thank you for doing this, Diane. Great to see you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me do this with you.
I was just telling you, I just got finished with episode 2 of Y, The Last Man.
Okay.
It's a great premise to begin with. You're fantastic in it.
Thank you.
And I'm curious what you thought when this sort of idea came to you, just the concept, and we're going to do a series about it. Were you immediately interested, or did you need some explaining?
Well, I thought, you're asking me to, and now for something completely different, which is sort of fun because that's what I do. I get to try on different ideas, and that was what attracted me, was the amount of zeitgeisty, controversial, global world building, world recovering issues, and who knew how much life was going to be sort of brushing up very closely against art, or maybe the other direction, art against life.
He's whining about the First Amendment and calling for
unity. Yes, let's all join hands with the psychotics of America. And what would the expectations be placed upon a different gender of leadership? So it was almost like, I think maybe he was triggered by somebody saying, "Oh, if the world were only led by women."
Right.
And then you think, well, let's dig into that a little bit. What would it be like? So that's the journey we take in a quote-unquote woman-only world after the demise of 50% of the population of the Y chromosome.
You're doing everything you can for everyone you can. But ma'am, without men, there is no future.
I hear you, but we're just trying to survive the present. We call it Men, and the title, of course, says Y, The Last Man, so it's not a big surprise. It's not a spoiler alert, but there's double entendres even on the title. Why? Well, what does that mean? Well, Y is the first letter of my son's name. Oh, so your son survives, so not every man. And what is a man, by the way? How do we delineate what that term, gender roles, and what do we delineate by how would a woman behave in a leadership role? Would she be up to the task? But I wanted to be part of a world-building show and see where it was going to lead, because there's so much great source material in the graphic novels.
Like I say, I'm 2 episodes in, and I still have so many questions that I know you're not going to give away today. What is this thing? What exactly happened? How did your son survive?
Right.
There's so much in the air still that will carry through the length of the series. I was interested to read that this was your first series as a series regular, where you're leading the show, which I thought, she's done a bunch of TV and a bunch of film, but she's never done this. Was there some appeal to doing, okay, this streaming thing that everyone's on, and I'm the lead, and we can see this through a bunch of episodes to tell a story? Much different than making a film, obviously.
Well, I'm a sucker for a dare. I can own that, and I wanted the experience of doing something completely different in my craft, which a lot of people have become extremely comfortable with, and that is not knowing what the writing is that you're setting yourself up to fulfill. One of the things that I love to do is to look at work in terms of the conversations that grow out of what were you thinking when you took this role? Why this? Why now? And it's so complicated to answer this question, but it's also very timely because of the many things that have occurred in the world. I mean, when I read this originally, well, first of all, I have Googled how many women have portrayed the US president. I had to do it. I was like, apparently I'm number 18.
Okay.
And
our 18th president.
We are going to have to keep making hard choices to try to help deal with the panic and the outrage.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And I have some very dear friends who have already portrayed this character, whatever we have in our mind's eye of the leader of the most important leader of the free world, and all of those, self-aggrandizing, and rightfully so, the role of President of the United States has been a very big trigger point for a lot of people for a long time. And suffice it to say that when I was describing to people when we were shut down in the pandemic and we were dealing with so many changes in the world, global and and yet also very sort of tethered to who is president and what that looks like, and what does that say about our country.
Yeah, I mean, this was, as you say, written. These are based on books for people who don't know. After 9/11, I think the first one came out in 2002, and then there were more after that. But my gosh, it's about a pandemic. There are echoes of what happened in this country on January 6th, of civil society sort of disintegrating before our eyes.
The frame changes the art always. You could put a piece of art, or even if it's not art. If you frame it in a certain way, people will say, well, that's art. It's easier sometimes to portray somebody who's really existed in history. Then you can say, well, she did it. I'm portraying something that really happened. And this seemed so far-fetched. So to play the president confronting it was very prescient, very zeitgeisty, even more than I bargained for when I signed on.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What did you want to bring to a representation of a woman being president? Because there she is
Well,
standing.
I'm wearing my patriotic colors.
Yes, I noticed that. Very nice.
Well, of course, the humanity of it, the shared experience of it. The line of succession was decimated by the amount of death and the amount of grieving that she has. In order to be a good leader, you have to be the best follower, in a way. So she wasn't chosen. She wasn't voted in. So there's a lot of controversy around inheriting the job that she wasn't voted for, you know. And so, hey, that's prescient too this year. Voting became very important, and the controversy around our votes considered authentic. The process, once you begin to have doubt enter into that conversation, now you've tilted the conversation into what is reality? It's the inner journey of this woman who is struggling to lead while she knows she's violated her ethics in order to do what's right for the world, which is, if you have a survivor, don't you want to try to make it possible for there to be more than just one survivor?
You've spent a bunch of time in the halls of Congress as an activist, and I want to talk to you about that in just a moment.
A small bunch, but legally, yes, I have been to the halls of Congress.
But you've been, yes, you have.
There's photos, so I know
there
it really
are.
did happen.
I've seen them.
Okay.
In my day job, I covered politics, and just the way you sort of carry yourself, some Nancy Pelosi, and the way you walk down the hall, and you're surrounded by your staff and your reporters. Did your relationships with people who serve, did you bring some of that to understand what it means to be in a position of power politically?
I have enough audacity to bring the little things that I believed in to the Congress people who were willing to meet with me and talk about the issues. And those were conservation issues about the health of our oceans at that point. There's always some legislation, right. that needs help to get the ear of the people who actually turn these things into law. That was my secret ambition when I was a child, was to become a lawyer who could help make laws. We need laws to catch up to the reality of our planet. We only have one.
When you do go to Capitol Hill and you knock on the door of Congress people, do you find they're at least more aware of the problem? Are they more receptive to it? It doesn't feel like some radical tree-hugging idea anymore, that like the middle of the country understands that this is a problem because it's happening in front of our eyes.
This is science and this is real and people need to survive and live. And people are scared of the conversations.
So you've got a lot of fans who listen to you. What would you say to them about what we need to do different day to day? Forget the big macro, but how do we make a dent in this as we go about our lives?
Well, I mean, I didn't bring my book. I was going to bring it and show it to you. It's called What Can We Do? Actually, it's called What Can I Do? And it's Jane Fonda's book. And it's all about her experiences going out of her comfort zone and allowing her fame to mean something on this planet while she's here. And she wants us to all wake up and do what we can. And people are panicked and they don't say, what can I do? So she literally goes through, she's so practical. That's what I love about Jane, among many things I love about Jane. So sure, I went and got arrested for the cause of bringing attention to the conversation. But the conversation is manifold. It's not just recycle or get the plastics out of the ocean, or we have species that are leaving. And everybody gets so scared. They want to go hide under the table and have a cocktail. So do I. But is it going to be our children? So I want us to wake up together and hold hands and make it a positive movement. That's my dream.
I think one reason for optimism is that I have a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old who were born into and are growing up in a world where to them climate change is a fact. It's not a theory.
Yeah.
And it's what they're taught,
Yeah.
and they see it more on the news than certainly you or
But it's
I
not
did
been
growing up.
politicized. It hasn't been politicized
They
for
said,
them.
well, yes, this is happening. Here's what needs to happen. So maybe that's one reason for optimism, is this generational turnover.
Yeah.
But they don't have to be convinced of it.
Right.
Most of them, anyway.
Right. One thing Jane pointed out, and it's true, is that they make the individual feel bad, but they're supplying us with plastic everything. So we have to revisit and make things so they can be reusable and share more and include more people in our family, I think. And now I'm going to run for office.
I was going to say, this is it. This is your campaign launch right here. I'll vote for you.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
I didn't realize until you walked in here, but we are surrounded right now by Diane Lane memories. I mean, where should we begin? As you
Midtown
look
girl.
out these windows.
Somebody had to get raised in the Midtown, right? I went to PS 59, which is on 57th Street. It's the heart of Midtown to me, and of course it's a Whole Foods now. There's so much I could say about that. But anyway, yeah, so that's the building where I had my first audition. It was the Gulf and Western building. When I say first audition, of a job I got, there were plenty of auditions that I've had that I've completely blocked out because who wants to remember those? Those don't count.
But this is a Little Romance, your
Little
first
Romance,
film.
1978.
Delightful spot, but hardly the top of the diplomatic ladder.
That's fantastic. What an incredible life you must have had, Monsieur Santorin.
Oh, please, Julius.
For people who don't know, you've been acting. I mean, you're 13, 14 years old. You've been already acting since you were like 6 years old.
That is true.
What were the roles like leading up to, okay, this movie is my big moment, my breakout?
You know, it sounds like a joke when I say it, that I peaked when I was 10. But in some ways, I did because I had been traveling the world with the La Mama Experimental Theater Group, and it was the 70s, and it was very early 70s. 72 was the first tour, and so I mean that I was on as a kid, and so I was 7, and my parents didn't go, and my first passport I had no front teeth, and it was considered very cute, and it's strange to grow up in the adult world when you're the kid in the room, because if you know too much, you're considered precocious, right?
Yeah.
But they expect you to know a lot in order to fulfill the task and be a team player and be responsible and don't screw up and make the plane and don't lose your per diem. It was like joining the circus. It was like running away and touring the world with young people in the 70s. And it was a much more innocent time. So my dad and mom let me have that experience. I wouldn't have the courage as a parent to let my very young kid have that. I don't know. They were extraordinary people, honestly, to trust the universe as much as they did. It was a wonderful experience. Life by living, life by doing, life by traveling. Got to see so many different cultures.
I was thinking about you because I have a 14-year-old daughter. After A Little Romance becomes a hit, you're 14, you're on the cover of Time magazine. Laurence Olivier is saying you're the next Grace Kelly. What did all that feel like to a 14-year-old?
Well, I remember approaching the newsstand. We had newsstands, kiosks in the street, and they used to have, there weren't so many magazines then. So one magazine, you'd have 10 of them at a row, you know. And I guess 1978, I mean, you'd have, I'm not going to list the magazines, but Time magazine always had the upper right-hand corner as if it were dog-eared, and you'd see a photograph of some world leader. And in my case, it was Henry Kissinger. And I thought, this is really bizarre. This is a very surreal experience. I'm clearly having an out-of-body experience, and this too shall pass. And I thought about Birdcage Liner, and I thought, it's just paper. It's not going to. Don't allow this to mean anything to me, because I knew it wasn't about merit. I could trace back how it was that I wound up on the cover of Time magazine, and it wasn't because I had done anything. It was because I was an anomaly. And it was a curiosity to have people that young in the film industry as a new wave of culture and cinema. And I thought, oh, interesting. But I knew that it wasn't going to be. I mean, we're still dining out on the story literally, because Time magazine usually is about a very meritorious person, right? And I felt a little embarrassed, honestly, because I was playing handball under the 59th Street Bridge thinking, I have no business being on the cover of Time magazine. This is crazy. I'm sure my dad was thrilled, you know. That's my kid, you know.
Of course.
But I was sitting there going, please don't ask me to live up to that.
But where did you get the wisdom to have that perspective at 14 years old? Because it seems...
Growing up around adults, probably.
Right.
No filter from people around me. But the tempered innocence, you lose innocence as you grow, and then you start to value your own innocence. And that was working with George Roy Hill. That's what he said about his movies. that they're always about innocence, the loss of innocence of the main character. So he saw the theme in his own work. That's cool. When you're not, he didn't have to audition for his jobs. You could create your own job. It's different when you're an actress. You sort of go, is this going to be the one? Do I feel like I want to do this? It's different than writing it and having a vision for the end product. I'm sort of a tapestry thread, and how they edit it and how they put the music and the credits and how they promote it. It's all out of my hands, and I like it that way, because if I were in control, then I'd have to take all the blame. It's not worth the credit. It's too big a risk.
That's so interesting, right?
It is interesting.
Yeah.
Because you could say, well, what's the next one?
Right.
Next.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, it feels like watching your career, even to now, you do have this perspective on what it means to be a movie star. I'm sure you don't like that term, or a celebrity, and that it doesn't really interest you that much.
Well, it does in terms of what people like Jane Fonda have done with it. Meaning, you can live a long time, and you can add, something to humanity in terms of what you've done with your fame.
Right.
That I think is.
But the
valued.
things you went through as a child, becoming a child star can ruin people, obviously. And then you're in Coppola movie, they push you through, and you have this incredible young career, but you survive it, and then some, and you're being nominated.
Isn't it interesting that they use the word survive?
Yeah, well, because there are some
because it
people
is a
who don't.
gauntlet of potential bad choices that you're not even supposed to be aware enough to make good or bad choices. It's all luck, or some person in the background who's a marionette and you're the puppet, and there's strings being pulled that allow you to have good fortune compared to somebody else. One of the things my dad said to me as he knew he was dying, he said, isn't it enough, Diane? Don't you think it's somebody else's turn? And because he's brutal. My dad was famously brutal, hence an acting teacher.
Right.
Cut you asunder, right, in a way that nobody else can, or you wouldn't allow anybody else to. And it was almost like saying, are you going to keep going? I knew he was daring me to keep after it. He wanted me to have one of those lifer type careers.
And you have. Right? I
Yeah,
mean, look,
but
here you are.
Am I supposed to go to 30 years?
It's like, so what's the secret if somebody's watching right now to keep that ball in the air the way you have, to have had all these phases where you go.
Being open to change.
Really? Yeah.
I think so. Being open to change. I mean, the human body is very humbling, and if you're a woman, you certainly are aware of the way change is part of your fate, because there's only a window of time within which you can procreate. And that is such a blessing. And it is also a measure of worth that men don't experience. And it is also a tremendous gift because you, in some ways, get to be born fresh. I gotta watch my terms because my grandmother was a Pentecostal preacher. I don't want to get into trouble. But you can be born freshly in your own self-understanding by not internalizing any longer the male gaze. Unless you want to.
Right.
unless it's fun for you now, and you can do it your way, on your terms. And so I'm watching women these days, and I'm very heartened by the diversity of representation that is accessible to young people today. But see, it takes strength. You have to be able to come up against all these things that want you to internalize them and make you an insecure person. So every little lesson that you get and being able to change and adapt and not let it define you is the goal for women, I think.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
You've been consistent. Was it gratifying in that run, sort of perfect storm, unfaithful, under the Tuscan sun, to just have this? People knew you from A Little Romance, and they knew you along the way, and then here she is again, you know?
John Cusack and I made a film together, and we sat in the trailer at one point, and he said something that I'm going to quote, and he's going to have to forgive me, because maybe he would disagree with himself at this point. And there were these books on the table, and he says, I think we're the coffee table book actors. We make everybody feel super comfy, cozy. We've been there since they were 12. They are now whatever age they are, and we're still here, and they know they're okay because we're still here. And I thought, I can work with that. I'm not ashamed of that at all. I bring it because we want to see what else you got. And that's part of the reason I chose this show, is because it's so completely fresh and different for me as a show, even if I were just watching it. So to think of myself in it, get a little squirrely, but that's the fun of it. You're supposed to do the work that scares you.
It's funny, when I interviewed him for this show a couple of months ago, he was saying sometimes he'll be watching TV and he'll come across a movie on cable, and he said, it's like looking at your old yearbook photos. You go, who is that guy? What is up with your hair? Who is that guy? You know?
Fun.
Do you ever come across your old stuff when you're watching TV, or do you?
Well, I call it my
avoid
young stuff.
Yeah,
It
right.
cuts both ways. I mean, sure, I do, and I always want to break the mold. I mean, when you're an actor, you want to be able to disappear into something as much as you're allowed, or have the courage, or can pull off. I think it's an incredibly noble profession, and I did not used to think that. I used to really poo-poo my profession because I grew up in it.
Yeah.
You know, wherever you grow up, you have to leave. And this pandemic, actors got me through it. And of course the crew and everybody that makes actors shine. But they're the ones on camera. Everything that makes that moment possible, yes. But the actors get us through it. And the comfort we have taken from watching the shows. But my hat's off to the profession, because we're able to increase our compassion and have diverse experiences vicariously, and expand our imagination and our sense of what's possible for ourselves. We feel seen. They're championing something that we wish we could champion, so we have champions now. It's an amazing craft, and I see why so many people want to break in, and I'm glad for my daughter, because there's a lot more access.
She's into it, right?
She's into it.
And you've encouraged her?
You know, I discouraged her.
Oh, you did?
I think most people in my profession discourage their offspring. Because
you know too much.
I know too much. And she has seen behind the curtain in Oz, as I call it. And after graduating Gallatin at NYU, and after her journalist education, this is the real storytelling in a way. In a way. And I think I have the sense that she's going to morph into writing things. That's every parent has a fantasy they project onto their kids. So forgive me, Eleanor, but I think she's got it in her to be sort of I always say you can replace an actor. They're the most replaceable thing in a way, but you can't replace the writing. That is, if it's not on the page, how do you expect that to get to the stage?
Right.
It's got to be in the writing. And I think she's incredibly gifted. And of course, she can act, and she's beautiful. That's fine. But I still think that, write something for actors to do forever. You know, then to me, that's the highest the highest height.
Well, congratulations on the series. It's
Thank you.
outstanding, and it's just fun to walk
you.
through your career. It's
Honored
a pleasure.
to speak with you today.
Nice to see you.
Hi, everybody. I'm psyched to see you here with me on my favorite streaming channel today, all day. And I'm also excited to be hosting our new program, Pop Start Plus. Every day, we're going to dive into the latest entertainment headlines and bring you celebrity interviews. We're going to cover music, movies, TV, and a whole lot more. Coming up, we're going to hear from a star of the show Succession, which premiered its highly anticipated third season just last night, and a star from You. Yes, the thriller with a cult following is back. Up first, let's get to those headlines, shall we? First up on Pop Start Plus, Halloween Kills, the latest film in the franchise about the terrifying masked Michael Myers, scored big at the box office over the weekend, proving people are in the spooky holiday spirit. And the new Halloween movie topped ticket sales, raking in over $50 million. The gory flick coming in far ahead of Ben Affleck and Matt Damon's weekend debut of their latest film, The Last Duel. Halloween Kills standing out for also being simultaneously released on streaming. It's currently available to watch on Peacock from our parent company, NBC Universal. Next up, someone we cannot stop talking about, that is Adele. Following the highly anticipated release of her new single, Easy on Me, Adele has officially broken the record for Spotify's most streamed song in a single day. On Friday, the Grammy winner's first new song in almost 6 years debuted with 24 million streams in just 24 hours. Easy on Me, knocking out the previous record holder, the song Butter by BTS, and Adele's latest hit is just the first single off the upcoming album titled 30 that we're all excited about. That is set to be released on November 19th. Next up, The Batman. Many men have worn the iconic suit, and now we're getting a first look at Hollywood's latest take on the comic book hero. Robert Pattinson making his debut in the first trailer from this weekend's DC Fandom event, and the preview teases a dark and gritty take on the beloved superhero. Take a look.
Fear is a tool. But when that light hits the sky, it's not just a call. It's a warning.
If this continues, it won't be long before you've nothing left.
I don't care what happens to me.
There's a quick little look. The film also stars Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman and Paul Dano as the Riddler, Jeffrey Wright as Commissioner Gordon. The Batman is scheduled to hit theaters March 4th, 2022. Next up, Saturday Night Live. This weekend host Rami Malek and cast favorite Pete Davidson took on the show everybody's been talking about, Squid Game. The two led a music video parodying Netflix's most popular show. Take a look.
I'm broken, it's a damn shame. Guess I gotta play the Squid Game. Yes, I gotta play the Squid Game. My only option is the Squid Game. Weird cards, pink guards, locked us in a big room.
Well, if the song that they parodied sound familiar, it's the SNL, that tune was from 2017. It was a viral hit called Turn Up on the Weekend by Branches and Big Wet, AKA our own Harry Smith's son, Jake. That's right, Harry Smith, who works here, has a country music sensation in the family. And Jake, who goes by the stage name Big Wet, was even featured in the SNL sketch, making our beloved Harry Smith just that much cooler. I didn't think it was possible, but it is. Next up, Kourtney Kardashian and Travis Barker, the reality star and Blink-182 drummer, are engaged. Kourtney confirming the news on Instagram with this post captioned, "Simply Forever." The images from the proposal showing the couple standing in a giant heart made of roses and candles on the beach. Kardashian and Travis began dating in January of this year, and even little sister Kim revealing a peek at the big ring, sharing this short video of the couple celebrating on social media. Big congratulations going out to Kourtney and Travis. Next up, John Legend. Over the weekend, Legend was walking around Boston's Faneuil Hall when he heard a familiar song and had to stop and listen. That is Radha Rayo performing Legend's hit song All of Me. The singer posted that video on Instagram, writing in the caption, "Performing at Faneuil Hall has given me some of the most spontaneous life experiences. Grateful to have gotten the opportunity to sing for the incredible John Legend and his family today." Wow, talk about performing under pressure. All right, finally, a couple of big announcements involving our friend Hoda Kotb. First, she is among one of the honorees at this year's Matrix Awards. She's been selected because of her courage to break boundaries and steadfast commitment in championing the next generation of storytellers. She joins the ranks of past honorees, which include Toni Morrison, Meryl Streep, and in 2017, our very own Savannah Guthrie. And as if she's not busy enough, today also marks the release of an all-new episode of Making Space with Hoda Kotb. This is a fantastic episode. Hoda sits down with an eye-opening conversation with life coach Iyanla Vanzant. Let's take a little look at that.
Have you, in your life, have you been someone who has held on to things when you thought, boy, I probably should have let that thing go?
Yeah, absolutely. And letting go and surrender have been my trust, surrender, and letting go. Those have been my two biggest lessons. But I hold on long after it's necessary or productive.
Yeah. And why do you think? Just because you're used to it? Because you're accustomed to it?
Well, I think the thing that I've held on to the longest is men. Long after I should have let go, I was because one of the greatest humans' fears is losing love.
Yeah.
And so, particularly when we're in a relationship, and if we think that person is giving us the love we want, we'll hold on, not realizing that what that person is doing is stirring up the love that we are.
Oh, say that again?
Well,
yeah.
In relationships, people don't bring you love or give you love. What they do is make you aware of the depth of love that you are.
And to listen, just search for Making Space with Hoda Kotb on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. And those are your Popstart Plus headlines for today. After the break, we're going to hear from one of the stars of the long-awaited new season of Succession.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And you're back with us here on Popstart Plus. Succession returned to HBO last night, its third season. The show explores the high-stakes drama within the powerful and wealthy Roy family. We caught up with one of its stars, Justine Loop, who plays Connor Roy's girlfriend, Willa, and she gave us a sneak peek at what viewers can expect to see this season.
What people will find surprising about this season of Succession is how relentlessly consistent it is, how strong this season is.
My family have disappeared. I need to know where everyone is and what everyone's thinking.
There he is, the little man who started this big war.
And there are some really fun turns with all of the characters, and it'll be a blast to kind of see how everybody responds to all the fun turns that they have in store. Willa is Connor's girlfriend, who initially started out as a hired girlfriend and then became his permanent girlfriend. I would say that she's incredibly savvy, a little bit manipulative, but I actually do feel like she's incredibly vulnerable as well and has a pretty big heart. So she's a weird mix of, she's a hybrid character. She's not as easily hateable as some of the other characters, in my opinion. I think over the seasons, it's been nice to just kind of understand what the dynamic is between these two people. It's a really complicated, kind of strange relationship that you don't see very often. So I was as interested as I imagine the audience was in trying to figure out like, what is going on here? In terms of Willa in particular, I will say there are a lot of people who have been very disturbed by the like tossing of the iPad moment in season 2. Like, in a way that I did not expect. Like people are like, that was that was like terrifying. Like, I was like, oh, it's so funny. I didn't really think of it as being like a terrifying move in the moment because I was like thinking of it as like through Willa's journey to that, like chucking it off the boat. But I've been surprised at how many people are like, that was crazy and horrible. So every time I get one of these scripts, I feel so lucky just to be reading it. It's so exciting.
Do you have an actual case, Ken?
Yes, I can kill it.
Is he gonna watch?
Could we make a note in the minutes that he's watching?
The characters are all so clear and fun. It's almost like an elevated dialogue. It feels like Shakespearean or something. It's so different than anything that you kind of run into on TV. There's definitely like some eccentricity to it. And then to watch these like incredible actors take the writing and just play with every single take is like a different thing. I'm not kidding when I say I've learned from like every single actor on this show. Matthew McFadden, even watching him in a table read, it feels like he's like channeling like some like acting spirit god person. I'm like, how did you get this last night? And you're like coming to the table and you just, that's what you deliver is just like this like shiny, beautiful, like, you know, fantastic performance. And we're in a table read under like fluorescent lighting, just like, it's insane watching him. I think Sarah Snook, watching her and just how different she is from her character in real life. Like, you know, she's this kind of like hippie, fun, goofy, like blast of a person. And then just to see her like zip into Shiv, this like powerhouse shark dragon lady, it's like amazing. Nick Braun, I like love watching him just play, and he's so incredibly lovable. And he's also an incredible improv actor. He's really, really good. Watching Alan, playing with Alan, acting with Alan is such a treat. He's so open and vulnerable and there for it and quick. And then Brian Cox, it's like watching a giant just come in and just like be like throwing it down every single time. And he's also just like the most empathetic, kind human. In terms of pulling out a message from the show, I'm sure everybody has their own kind of takeaway. My takeaway watching it is, gosh, power can be lonely and cold. And that's what I'm constantly shocked by, is like watching all these characters is just like, what a cold and lonely life this seems to be. Even though they're all so entrenched in their dynamics, there's so much distance between all of them. And like couples that you know, Tom and Shiv and Logan and Marsha, like just watching and absorbing the way that they all interact with each other. I'm like, wow, you guys have everything. And it looks like the worst, most cold, you know, I want to take a bath after watching it and just like hug everyone that I love. I think people are really hooked on Succession because of the quality and the story. It's a really wild marriage of something that feels relatable to our time and to, you know, the way that we imagine those in power, and also kind of feels like this like foreign land that we all get to like kind of tap into, this thing that's like kind of inaccessible that not many people have access to. And then on top of that, I just think the quality, like, there are a lot of people behind this project that like care very deeply, and I think that translates into the quality of the show.
Succession airs on HBO on Sunday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern. Coming up on Popstar Plus, we've got a conversation you're not going to want to miss with a breakout star from the latest season of You on Netflix.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Welcome back. You, the smash Netflix series starring Penn Badgley as a charming stalker serial killer, has returned. Now back for its third season. Audiences will see Joe and his wife Love set up in a new town where they meet a mom influencer played by Shalita Grant. Grant spoke to us why people cannot stop watching this show and what we're going to see from her character this season.
There's something so gross that we all identify with Joe and we want him to win, but it's so terrible. It's so much a part of our culture, these stories of homicides and stalking and things. So I think that as we're a little desensitized to it, but again, it's just thrilling to identify with a bad guy. I would describe Sherry Conrad as the queen of Madre Linda. She is a momfluencer, which means that she's found a way to make her beauty and mistakes bankable online. She has a stunning husband and perfectly imperfect children. And, she really does run Madre Linda. And the deeper and deeper the audience gets into the inner sanctum of Madre Linda, you get an idea of what that hold is that Sherry has on the community.
I was super glad to see you in class today. That class is for really fit people, but don't worry, you'll get used to it. I had so much baby weight to lose.
Same, I had quite the journey. Much worse than yours.
It was, it really was.
The first thing that I enjoyed that was oh, naughty little actress, I'm gonna really enjoy this. But the thing that was so juicy about Sherry is that she weaponizes her femininity in a really calculated way. There's a lot of gaslighting, a lot of manipulation, a lot of cattiness, and she really plays into the politics of pretty. Now, the challenge, when I talked to the showrunner and got the arc of my character, I realized that there was gonna be some crying. The one thing that I couldn't do was cry on cue. So when I got the job, I was like, this gets billions of streamers. Ain't no way in hell I'm gonna fail at this. So I went back to the drawing board and I went back and I was gotta do some, script analysis, break down the scene, get deeper into the character and beyond the physical and the fun, really get to the heart and the soul of the character. And I'm proud to say that I did that role and that role made me a stronger actress.
Joseph, there you are.
It's Joe, just Joe. This is a lovely collection, Peaches.
It's Peach.
I think what you learn about peach, right, with her name. What's a peach? Well, it has like a hard core. It's sweet on the outside, but it has that hard seed, that really rock solid core. And you learn that peach is really bitter. But we see Sherry is the queen of hearts at a costume party. And I think that at the end of the season, you learn that, you know, Sherry is the queen of hearts. Like, she has a lot of heart. There's a lot of love at the core of Sherry. So I think that it's a bait and switch with Sherry. You think you're getting Peach, but you really get a different person. Especially when the going gets tough, it's really important to have, you know, actors that have a lot of experience and are really committed to a kind of leadership. And I do have to say of Penn, you know, Penn is really a dream. And the serial killer that he plays, I don't think the show would be as successful if he was like a creep, if he was really a jerk. You know, Penn is the sweetest guy that I've ever and just simple. So, you know, he really helped, you know, ground the day, because there was a lot that was going on with him too. So it was like, it was good that, you know, as a man, that there was no him trying to take advantage of the situation, you know? And for me, that was the tops.
Hello. Do you work here?
Guilty. Can I help you find something?
Paula Fox?
It's a good choice.
I feel weirdly validated.
Joe, we see him in season 1 in sort of the immaturity of his obsessions, right? And by the time you get to the end of season 2, you know, he's met love and he has a love child growing. So what is it like when a stalker serial killer becomes a father and a husband? And he's married to a woman who's just as complicated, for a lack of a better word. So season 3 is really a maturity thing, and you get to see their mature but immature relationship against Sherry and Carrie, who has a longer relationship and a stronger bond in their marriage. So you're watching these two couples and they're facing a lot of the same things. You know, Sherry and Carrie have twins, you know? So you get to see a couple that's been through it and a couple that's starting their trajectory, but with a twist, a killer twist. I've never been on a show with as much viewership as you know, billions of streams. So, you know, shooting the show, every episode, there was something I can't wait for them to see this child. Oh my God, they ain't gonna see this coming. Oh my God. So the whole, honestly, it's the whole season, but I'm really pumped to log into Twitter the morning after the drop and go in with something crunchy and read all the comments. That's honestly, for me, that's what I'm looking forward to. The reactions to it all.
That show really has got people glued to the couch. You is now streaming on Netflix. Next up, we're taking a look back at one of our favorite moments with Zac Efron on his 34th birthday.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. Now it's time to go from the vault, where we dip into the Today Show archives for a favorite moment from the show's history. Today is Zac Efron's 34th birthday, so we thought we'd mark the occasion with this memorable moment from 2016, the Rio Olympics. We found out just how much Simone Biles loved Zac. Take a look.
We heard your song at the arena.
While Zac was hidden away, the entire gymnastics team showed up thinking they were just doing another interview with me. They didn't have a clue.
Now, Simone, do you remember when we did the interview last time, you said that if a certain person showed up, you would need a defibrillator?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes, stop. If you bring him out, I think I'm going to pass out.
Do you remember that?
Stop.
Do you remember? Wait, do you remember that? Do you remember that?
Oh, wait.
Is this real life? Oh my God, stop. Wait, I want to hug too. Oh my God.
How's it going?
Good. How did you do this? Oh my God.
Simone, can I just ask you one question? What's going on right now?
I'm shaking. I'm so scared.
I don't know. I'm the one with butterflies. I was nervous too.
How did you make this happen? Trust me, I'm not crazy.
He was watching on this big monitor every move.
I didn't even do my signature wink. I forgot.
Wait, will you do it now for him? Because we've got time.
That's when I found out you guys were fans, I was like, what am I doing sitting here on the couch? I have to come see you, come hang out and support you guys.
He hopped on the plane.
Yeah, I immediately got on the plane.
He's even more gorgeous in person.
You guys are like America's heroes right now.
You need to put your arm around that little girl because
Come here. You're the best. It's so fun to watch you. You're the absolute
Thank
best.
you.
Awesome.
She's always like super calm.
Give me some high fives.
She's always
High five.
I was gonna say I've never seen you're super calm when the
Yeah, she
whole
is so
eyes of the
calm.
world are on you when you're about to perform a routine, and in this particular moment, you're totally dying.
Olympic gold medalists. But on this night, just teenagers at heart, on top of the world.
You going?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good. Little trip down memory lane right there. We hope that you'll join us tomorrow. More Pop Start Plus. Savannah's going to be chatting with Trisha Yearwood for her 6-minute marathon series. Plus, we'll be catching up with the cast of the beloved Babysitters Club on Netflix. Have a great day, and we'll see you right back here on Pop Start Plus tomorrow.
Hello there, Today All Day, folks. We're so glad you're with us. And Craig is here holding down the fort because Hoda's got the day off. So TGIF, my friend.
Hoda likes to start her weekends early. I'm Miss Guthrie. It is Friday. It's our favorite day of the week. And welcome to our little digital show that we call Today in 30 after we closed out the week here at Today with another big show.
We're going to start with the latest on that movie set tragedy involving Alec Baldwin, the actor firing a prop gun while filming, killing a crew member, and also wounding the director. So just ahead, we're going to let you know what his spokesperson is telling us. We'll have the latest on the investigation.
And then you're definitely going to want to see Carson's conversation with music icon Sir Elton John as he gears up for what he insists is going to be his farewell tour.
Plus, a frog even I love, Kermit, stopping by the studio to help us go green.
We're all about having fun in 2021, so our friends on the fourth hour have some really great ideas to help you savor every moment that's left of it.
Well, we can't waste a second. Let's get it going. Time for
Today in 30. We're going to start this morning with that breaking news out of New Mexico involving Alec Baldwin.
Authorities say the actor was filming a new Western movie called Rust when he fired a prop gun. It happened during a scene, hitting 2 members of the crew and killing 1. NBC's Steve Patterson is in Los Angeles with the very latest on this breaking story. Steve, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. It happened on a movie set in Santa Fe. According to police, Baldwin discharged a prop firearm when something went horribly wrong. Production on the film has been halted for now while investigators try to determine what happened. In these photos, a distraught Alec Baldwin, reportedly in tears, outside the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, just hours after the deadly accident on the set of his new movie, Rust. Authorities say Baldwin was filming when he fired a prop gun during a scene, killing 1 crew member and injuring another. Helena Hutchins, the film's director of photography, was airlifted to an area hospital where she was later pronounced dead. Just days ago, Hutchins posted this video, writing, "One of the perks of shooting a Western is you get to ride horses on your days off." Director Joel Sousa was also shot and hospitalized for his injuries. Sheriff's deputies were called to the movie set Thursday afternoon.
We have a people that were shot accidentally.
A spokesperson for Baldwin described the shooting as an accident that involved the misfire of a prop gun with blanks. Detectives are looking at what type of projectile came out of the weapon. No charges have been filed, but authorities say the investigation is open and active. The deadly incident happened at Bonanza Creek Ranch, a location in New Mexico used for filming movies and TV shows. Actor Jeff Mead was working on a different set nearby.
Sheriffs came down, sit on another set. There was a live gun discharge.
Fatal accidents involving prop weapons have happened before. The most high profile in 1993. Actor Brandon Lee, the son of icon Bruce Lee, died during filming on The Crow after he was shot with a prop gun. The incident was considered accidental. Hollywood weapons expert Larry Zanoff says since that time, the industry has put strict new protocols in place.
Well, the questions that I would always ask is, were the safety guidelines of our industry followed? Blanks are not designed to do what the final outcome of this was. We need to investigate and find out what went wrong.
Baldwin is not only the star of Rust, but also one of its producers. While filming in New Mexico this month, cast and crew members shared scenes from the set on social media. And Thursday morning, just hours before the accident, Baldwin posting this photo with the caption, "Back to in person at the office."
And Steve, you had mentioned this happened and there are strict new protocols in place for that kind of prop weapon. What exactly are those rules?
Well, Savannah, first of all, live ammunition is never usually allowed on set. Usually a licensed armorer or prop master is in charge of handling any weapons, including loading blanks. That person monitors the weapon and shows the cast and crew how to use it. Productions also often require the use of shields during filming, so it's really unclear how an accident like this could still happen. Well, Savannah?
Perhaps we'll learn more as the sun comes up there out west. Steve, thank you very much.
More than a month after he was last seen, the FBI now confirming that those human remains found in Florida are, in fact, those of Brian Laundrie.
That's right. It ends the nationwide manhunt to find him after the disappearance and murder of his fiancée, Gabby Petito. But many questions in the case remain unanswered.
NBC's Sam Brock has the latest for us. Sam, good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning. The FBI making that announcement just a little more than 24 hours after Brian Laundrie's remains were found in that massive Florida reserve. Authorities, guys, then coming here to the home of Laundrie's parents and delivering the news, ending a tragic saga. But as Tom said, leaving so many questions still unanswered.
The nearly 6-week search for Brian Laundrie now over. Police seen entering and exiting his parents' home Thursday evening. A 40-second visit to deliver news that will change their lives forever. The FBI tweeting a comparison of dental records confirmed the remains found at the Carlton Reserve are those of Brian Laundrie. The family's attorney speaking to NBC's Tom Yamas for the first time on camera, revealing that Laundrie's family noticed Brian was upset just before he disappeared.
Did your clients know their son, Brian Laundrie, was going to disappear when he left the house that day?
No, they did not. What I can tell you is that Brian was very upset when he left, and Chris conveyed to me several times that, he wished he didn't let him go, but he couldn't stop him.
The Laundrie family under intense scrutiny after their son returned from a months-long road trip with his fiancée, Gabby Petito, without her. Petito was later found dead in a Wyoming national forest, strangled. Her family, friends, and even police initially calling on the Laundries to offer more information. Then, after weeks of exhaustive searches, the couple met the FBI at the reserve 2 days ago and helped locate their son's belongings.
What do you say to all those people out there who say this is really a strange coincidence? Both parents go out, mother and father, and then suddenly these big clues turn up.
There have been numerous people who have said this area was waist deep in water, and yet still John Q. Public can't get it in their head that these areas were inaccessible.
The FBI has not said how or when they believe Laundrie died. Former FBI Special Agent Clint Watts says it's often difficult to know how parents and police are actually interacting behind the scenes.
Oftentimes, the public understanding of the relationship between the victim's family and the associates and with law enforcement, it's not really well known. And I think it's not usually matching up with what is actually going on.
One stark reality undeniably true this morning. 2 young people have now died, and the questions are only mounting.
And Sam, among those questions, whether Laundrie's parents may face any potential charges since the beginning of the manhunt for their conduct. What's the latest on that?
Yes, Savannah, the family attorney says there is no reason to believe the charges will be forthcoming, but he did acknowledge conversations were had with the FBI. He says, as is typical in criminal cases like this, but there were no threats and no deals cut. He says that his clients were fully cooperating with law enforcement the entire time. Savannah?
All right, Sam Brock, thank you very much. Stick around because there is much more coming up on Today in 30.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, Welcome back. We've been looking forward to this one all morning because when it comes to music icons, they do not get much bigger than Sir Elton John.
Yeah, already one of the best-selling artists of all time. He's out with a brand new album. It's already topping the charts, and he chatted about it with our resident music guru, Carson.
Well, Elton kicked off his career, as you know, in the 1960s, and he's still making top 40 hits, a testament to not only his staying power, but his ability to adapt. And as he recovers right now from hip surgery, he is not slowing down, at least for now. Elton's got a big tour coming up and a robust new list of cutting-edge collaborators.
Elton John has been entertaining the world for over 50 years, with more than 30 albums to his name and over 300 million records sold. And his latest album shows he still has more to give. On the Lockdown Sessions, Elton collaborates with some of the world's hottest artists, including Charlie Puth, Lil Nas X, Miley Cyrus, Young Thug, and Dua Lipa for their mega hit, Cold Heart.
I was listening to Z100 and I heard Cold Heart right after a Doja Cat song, and then Halsey came on after that, and I thought, look at Elton John right here smack dab in the middle of pop music at the center. What does that feel like?
It's very exciting. I mean, you know, like you can't make life up sometime, but it was just going to be me playing on other people's records, and it's spiraled into an album.
No, it's a massive hit here in the States. You're the only one in the top 25 on the pop chart that's having a hip replacement, I'm sure.
The 16-track album was inspired after a chance meeting with Charlie Puth right before the pandemic.
I met Charlie Puth at a restaurant. We got on fine. He said, I live very near you. I went up to his house. We wrote together. I ended up being in the studio in Abbey Road. 54 years before that, I was playing on the Hollies. He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother. And I thought, well, here I am, come full circle playing on other people's records. And I really loved it. So what happened came about by accident.
You've always had an ear to the ground for new music. Why do you still care so much about new music and young artists?
Because new music is where the future is. There's a lot of nonsense, but there's a lot of great stuff as well, which doesn't sometimes see the light of day. So I try and give it the biggest boost as I can, and I love it.
You sound like you'd be a perfect coach on my show, The Voice, on NBC. Nurturing, helping, advising young artists.
And while the new album has plenty of young friends, Elton invited some old friends too, like Stevie Nicks, Eddie Vedder, and Stevie Wonder.
It took a long time for you and Stevie Wonder to come together for a proper duet, and you do, with Finish Line. What was that like?
Astonishing. It's one of my favorite tracks that I've ever done.
I love that track.
It was such a joy to work with him because he's in such great form. He's one of the greatest human beings on the planet, kindest, most caring person.
And even as the new tracks break onto the Billboard Top 40, fans are also hungry for Elton classics when he embarks on his farewell tour in January.
How are you feeling about the tour?
I'm so excited to go and play again in front of people. And I think people are excited about going to shows and seeing artists, no matter who they are.
And are you really going to stop touring? Will that be it?
That's it. Yeah. I finish in the summer of 2023. I'm not touring again.
Happy birthday, dear Daddy. And when he's not on the road, it will mean more time with his husband, David, and their two sons, Zachary and Elijah.
Do the boys understand they're going to get more daddy at home?
They're going to be teenagers then. And I need to be with them. And I'll be 76. I don't know how much time I have left on this earth after that. You know, I've had enough applause. I don't want to keep traveling. I don't want to be away from my family.
What will you miss most about being at a stadium at an Elton John concert when you're not doing it anymore?
The reaction from the fans and the beauty of their love for you or what you're doing. It makes your soul, you know, jump. It's incredible.
And as Elton recovers from hip surgery, he's soldiering on, and his outlook remains as grateful as ever.
You've achieved so much musically, obviously the great humanitarian work that you've done with the foundation. You've been knighted, you have this beautiful family, you have a new bionic hip. There's still so much for you to do. What is out there that excites you as you get into your late 70s?
Everything excites me. I'm just, you know, the life I've had, the career I've had, the family I've got. Every day is a bonus. I'm sober, I'm clean, I can appreciate life as, you know, on life's terms. I'm probably the luckiest man in the world, and I really, really appreciate it. I'm very thankful for it.
You should hear him talk really about Stevie Wonder in particular. We'll just zoom in on that finish line, the track on the record. He's been friends with Stevie for over 50 years. Yeah. They did the Dionne Warwick song together 35 years ago. That's what Friends Are For. That was a Dionne song. He's never done a proper duet with Elton and Stevie. And so finally that song is on this, and they did it together. And you know, Songs in the Key of Life is Elton John's favorite record of all time. He's purchased every single Stevie Wonder album. He's like an Uber fan. Yeah. And so he talks about being in the recording studio and doing that track and getting Kanye's Sunday Service Choir to come in on it. It's a really soulful gospel track.
You made such a good point, though, about his ability to adapt and remain relevant after 5 decades.
This guy, Elton John, will sit there with Billboard and he looks at the charts and he's, you know, music is his passion. And as he said, you know, he loves... He asked me, he's like, who'd you go see recently? What album you like? So like Tom and I talk about music. You know, he just loves music, you can tell. And it's important for him. And he's really tickled pink to be on Top 40 radio right now. And he's still doing it.
And incredible live. One of the best live shows out there. So this last tour, I mean, I'm sure it's going to sell out.
I find it hard to believe that he's going to stop, you know?
You don't buy it.
I almost don't buy it, like a fighter when they say we're going to retire and he comes back. But he sounds pretty resolved to just, I've had enough applause, he says in the piece. So
I've seen him several times live, and I'm looking forward to seeing that.
See the tour if you can, because it's one of the best ever.
That was a great conversation.
Thanks, it was fun.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate Sir Elton's time.
No pressure here, but you got boost duty.
Boost duty. Okay, I'm gonna limber up and get ready. Every weekday morning, this grandmother makes sure that she's outside when the school bus passes by, and here's why.
Oh, that's cool.
It happens every day. The grade school kids all wave and cheer each time they pass her house. Her daughter says this little routine really makes her mom's day. And it seems like that goes both ways. The kids love it too.
So wholesome. It's great places that still do the things like that,
I feel like I could hear the kids saying, "Hi, Grandma."
Yeah.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory
Racism
is a false narrative. Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Prets.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Prets.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year. I served an amazing group of staff and students.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Prets.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year. I served an amazing group of staff and students.
Time now for our series Today Climate, and we are joined by quite possibly the world's foremost authority on being green.
Yes, he is none other than the legendary Kermit the Frog. Kermit delivers the opening address in the YouTube original special, Dear Earth.
It premieres tomorrow, kicks off a whole week of programming, all about celebrating the planet and inspiring action to protect it. Kermit is here live to tell us all about it. Kermit, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi there, everybody. How you doing today?
We're great.
Doing great. All the better for seeing you, my green friend.
Oh, gee, yeah.
So you've got to be really honored being asked to kick the special off.
Oh, sure. I am very honored not only to kick off the special, but to be the only talking frog on the entire program. So that's pretty good.
You are special. So look, you've done a lot in the years since you left the swamp to go to Hollywood. Why Dear Earth? Why is it important to you as an amphibian? And what changes have you noticed as a result of climate change?
Well, yeah, that's a great question. You know, all species, it's important to all species, our Earth is, but frogs are especially susceptible to changes in the environment. You know, we feel the impact of changes in climate and environment before a lot of others do. And as for what I know about climate change, I know that some amphibian species are actually disappearing because of climate change.
Wow. Kermit, what a moment for me. I grew up watching you, and my girls now grow up watching you. Talk to us about Dear Earth. It looks like something that is for all ages, and you also got some heavy hitters, right? Some activists and celebrities who all appear as well.
That's right. We've got Billie Eilish. She's going to be performing, as well as the Muppets' own Dr. Teeth and the Electric Mayhem Band. We've got former President Obama and Bishop Desmond Tutu and Pope Francis. They're all going to appear. I don't think that former President Obama is going to sing, though.
Oh, no, darn. I would have given anything to hear him do It's Not Easy Being Green. Now, Kermit, there are folks who say climate change, it's just so big. What can I possibly do? What do you tell people on the little changes they can make themselves?
Sure. I mean, it can seem overwhelming, and that's why it's got to take all of us doing something. Countries and companies, they can do a lot, but people and frogs and bears and chickens and whatever, they can also help in simple ways, like you could eat locally and seasonally if you can, and you can grow your own vegetables maybe, or like me, ride a bicycle. Join a carpool.
Right. Al Roker does that very, very often, doesn't he?
I always remember the line from the Muppet movie. He said, "Good things frogs can hop, otherwise I'd be gone with the Schwinn."
Gone with the Schwinn. Good joke there. Before you leave us, Kermit, talk to us quickly. You're so busy about what's next for you. And are you going to do another Halloween streaming special?
Well, we just premiered our first Halloween special, Muppets Haunted Mansion on Disney Plus, and it is doing great. It's so much fun, very Muppety, very musical, a lot of cameo surprises, and we're excited about doing stuff like that and other Muppet stuff in the future as well.
Muppet
All right.
stuff.
Well, Kermit, thank you so much. Always good to see you. And again,
great to see you guys.
We want to remind folks, YouTube Originals launching their week of special programming starting with Dear Earth tomorrow. I actually did a special with Kermit at one point about hurricanes. There was a hurricane that was going to hit Sesame Street. So
such a Renaissance frog.
He is. He really is.
Thank you, Kermit.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year. I served an amazing group of staff and students.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism, it refers
false narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It's time for a little fun in 21, and if you're anything like us, you've been looking forward to Friday since probably Monday.
That's true, but then the weekends just fly by, and before you know it, it's Monday all over again.
Okay, so here's the deal. Today, we're going to help you savor the weekends with your family with the help of our resident fun expert and author of Well Played, Meredith Sinclair, who has some great tips. Let's watch.
Thanks, Hoda and Jenna. Well, I'm about to show you some super simple family fun ideas that you can do in a snap, because let's face it, the last thing we want is our play to feel like work, right? So first up, let's face it, sometimes you have to plan for playfulness and fun, and one of the best ways to do that is with a family playlist. Now, this is so easy to do. You just grab a poster board from your drugstore. I had to decorate it because I couldn't help myself. And then you're gonna have a poster board meeting with your family where they're gonna throw out all kinds of fun ideas on activities, games, and adventures that they wanna do throughout the month. Then you just put them all on a list and then you post it. Not on social media, no. Just somewhere prominent in your house. And then throughout the month, whenever you have an hour or two, you take a look at your cheat sheet here and you pick one or two of these ideas and you see by the end of the month how many you can check off. Now the next one is one of my favorites. I call it the playground crawl. So how many times have you driven past a playground or two or three on your way to a scheduled activity with no time to stop and play, even on the weekend? So adults might have participated in something called a pub crawl. Say hello to the playground crawl. What we're gonna do here is we're going to pick 3 or 4 playgrounds in one day and we're gonna hit them all. We're gonna decide which slide we liked the best, which sandbox was the coolest, which monkey bars were the most fun. And then we're gonna come back after that playground crawl and talk about it as a family. This next idea gets everybody into the kitchen, cooking, laughing, and maybe dancing a little bit. All you need is a jar, and on it we put "Let's Get Cooking," and we placed inside a bunch of slips of paper. Then each family member puts on a slip of paper, or several, what they would like to have for Sunday supper the following week. You simply pull one out at the beginning of the week, and then everybody helps and makes that special dinner together. Next up is something I like to call doable DIYs, because not all of us feel super comfortable being really crafty, but kids love to create and get messy. That's where the fun is, and it's also why paper towels were invented. So I've got 3 fun doughs that you can easily create with things in your pantry. The first one is a basic pantry Play-Doh, and it literally takes 5 ingredients: flour, salt, vegetable oil, cream of tartar, and food coloring. You just put all of these in a pan and you slowly stir them on low until they look like mashed potatoes, and then you take them off and they'll be nice and warm, and you add whatever food coloring you want. Next up, this is a really fun one. This is called foam dough, and all this is cornstarch and shaving cream. You basically just put an amount of cornstarch into a bowl, whatever you want. I did about a cup. And then you put an equal amount of shaving cream right on top, and then you start mushing, and you mush and mush and mush until it becomes a moldable dough, just like this. Now you can add food coloring, but I kind of like that it looks like a cloud or like snowballs for inside. And finally, this is the amazing oobleck. And this is super fun for kids. This is literally cornstarch and water and a little bit of food coloring. What's really fun about this dough is that it starts out as a solid as you're moving it in your hands, and then as soon as you stop moving it, it turns very liquidy and will run between your fingers. So there's a lot of science in this one too. Now here's the thing, if you don't feel comfortable having this mess in your house, the weather's still warm, so take it outside. Go to a park or a playground. Oobleck and foam dough are only 3 ingredients. You can take that along, and then let the kids just play outside. I hope these ideas help you slow down just a little and sprinkle a whole lot more fun throughout your weekends with your family.
Okay, we know what we're doing this weekend, right?
Yes, we do.
Thank you, Meredith.
You will definitely want to tune in Monday for Hoda's powerful conversation with Sheryl Crow.
Also, Taye Diggs and Uzo Aduba will stop by our studio.
Have a great weekend. We'll see you bright and early or whenever you want to watch us on Today in 30.
Hey, Today All Day, we've got a great show for you on this Friday morning. Let's kick it off with the latest pop culture news you need to know. Take a look.
Best time of the morning, even if he's not here.
That's right. Our main squeeze, Carson Daly, working from home. What's up?
What's up, guys? Thanks so much. Graphics department former trainee, now making their debut, London Rose Daly, on the cards here. We're going to start George Clooney and Ben Affleck. The first trailer is out for the award-winning duo's latest project. It's called The Tender Bar. The pair last teamed up on the 2012 hit Argo, which was directed and starred Affleck, executive produced by George Clooney. This time around, George is taking the directing chair on the Affleck-led movie. It's based on the best-selling memoir by J.R. Moehringer. Tells the story of a young man who grows up at his uncle's bar. Take a look.
Okay, 2 rules. I'm never gonna let you in. And I'm gonna always tell you the truth. Your father is deadbeat. I'll take care of you. Teach you the male sciences. I saw you in the yard playing sports. You're not very good. Find some other activities.
I like to read.
You read enough of those? Maybe. You could become a writer. One more thing, very important. Never hit a woman, even if she stabs you with scissors.
Rounding out that great cast are Lily Rabe and Christopher Lloyd. The Tender Bar is in select theaters on December 17th. It'll be on Amazon Prime Video beginning January 7th. And guys, that bar, the Tender Bar, is literally 1/2 mile behind me here on Long Island, our local town bar.
Supposed to be an incredible book too, Carson. The Tender Bar.
It is. It's a tearjerker, but I think the movie's going to be fantastic.
Up next on Today Talks, the third hour breaks down ways to simplify your routine. Stay with us.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Today in the third hour, all the tricks you need to know to make your mornings not feel so slow. Check it out.
This morning, I feel like it's a theme here on the third hour of today. We try to make your life a little easier. Real Simple Magazine is here to help with 7 products to simplify your routine.
Heather Muir is their beauty director. And to simplify your shopping experience, you can, of course, use that QR code on the bottom of your screen for instant access to all of these products. Heather, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So this is my new favorite thing, and I say that so genuinely. Let's tell everybody what this is for $15.
Yes. So J.R. Watkins, this is their in-shower aromatherapy spray. So if you guys are like me, maybe you don't have time to go to the spa, maybe you don't have time to take a bath anymore. You get in the shower, start running the water, mist this around the water.
Give it a little spritz.
We'll get it going here, Jen.
And it's a whole vibe.
I'm vibing.
Oh.
And it literally fills up your bathroom, so you're getting that sauna
With the
effect.
steam.
And this is their Awaken, their rosemary. It smells incredible.
Oh my God, this is a $15 spa right
so
here.
So it's like your 5-minute shower turned spa treatment.
Done.
So you're
Let me
gonna
just
love
vibe up the next destination. Sorry.
We love it. Next up, you guys, Jones Road Beauty. This is their Miracle Balm. My new makeup obsession.
What is this?
So what you want to do is you have to break the seal with your fingers and kind of warm it up. It has these gorgeous gold flakes. You can wear it alone or over makeup, and it's going to lighten your makeup bag because it takes the place of eyeshadow, blush, and lipstick.
Oh, just a little.
Just that dewy, fresh, healthy
This is
glow
exactly how you apply it.
that you already have.
I look like your daughter. Okay.
But amazing multitasking product right here.
This is for people who have hair issues, I heard. Is that true?
So we love this line at Real Simple. It's exclusive to Walmart, and it's all about celebrating curls and coils.
Oh, excuse me.
I mean, Jacob, you got it going on already. But, you know, so we love this line because it's really customized. A lot of products have like one leave-in conditioner. This actually has two, depending on the porosity of your hair.
Okay.
So it really caters to 3A to 4C, available at Walmart, super affordable, and it really preps your hair so that your curls look amazing and you don't have to fuss with them later.
Are you a 4C?
I have no idea, but whatever it is, I'm going to start using this tomorrow.
Okay, so tell us about this.
I
think this
love
could be
these.
Great. Yeah.
So makeup artist Jenny Patinkin created these cloths. They're amazing. So they have activated charcoal in them. So say, Chanel, you accidentally sleep in your makeup one night.
Accidentally,
Jacob,
it's a problem.
Maybe you need like a deep
do it all the
clean.
time. Okay.
So with these cloths, you guys, you just add water. You don't have to mess with face
And
wash.
then-
The activated charcoal is gonna pull out any of that dirt, debris, oil.
Wait,
so
you don't
get a
need
really,
water?
You need water,
Oh, you
but
do
not
need water.
face
Oh,
wash.
okay.
Oh, you still need to wash. And then just rinse it and use it later or clean it up?
Yeah, so it's machine washable.
Okay.
And these urgent care cloths last for about a year.
Wow.
So, you know, instead of going through face wipes, this is a great alternative.
Fair. Good for the environment as well. All right,
Okay,
next.
something for the guys.
I actually own this stuff.
You
Really?
do? Yes!
What is it?
This is Kiehl's brushless shaving cream. So my husband has tried it all, you guys, and the Kiehl's is amazing. So it has menthol and camphor, so it's really cooling.
Yes, it smells so good.
What do you get this luxury? It's just
What do
a
I do?
shaving cream.
Shaving cream.
Oh,
I
it's
think
just
you'll want to
shaving
steal like I do.
Listen.
And the best part
You're
is
like,
it doesn't
Smells delicious.
It doesn't
Yes, exactly.
give you that razor bumps, those, you know, that
It's Friday.
Bernie. I can't keep him on track, you guys. Just shave with this. You're gonna love it. Full
it.
shave, no razor burns. Okay, another one, Jacob, for you, for the guys.
Okay.
Off-court, high-performance body spray. So you get to knock out deodorant and cologne in one spritz.
What are you saying about me, Heather? Does it smell?
It smells amazing.
Thank you.
And for $11, it literally smells like a sophisticated, fancy, expensive.
Can I smell?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now I want to show you a tip. Now wait.
Sophisticated, fancy,
Go
what
ahead.
is it?
Go ahead.
So another tip, you guys, when you're
Ooh, that is sophisticated and
Isn't it good for
Okay, no, but it
$11?
is really nice.
But another
Isn't
tip,
that nice?
when you want to spray perfume and you're testing it, spray it into the cap, and then you can decide if you like
I
it
never
and
thought of
then
that.
do it out in the air.
Gone
So
are the
quick
days
little
of
tip.
this. Okay, so this last one, it says a baby ointment that you say works for adults.
Yeah, so this is Tubby Todd. This is their all-over ointment. I have an almost 2-year-old, and I tried everything for his red cheeks, his little eczema, his diaper rash. This is the cream that never disappointed. It has plant botanicals, and we love it so much. I get this like funky rash on my finger, the ring.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that cleared it up.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, it's a real feel-good Friday after this.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
Welcome back today on Hoda and Jenna. We've made it through the week, so it's time to kick off the weekend with some feel-good fun. Take a look.
It's time for a little meme time. We love that. That's what we do on Fridays. It just amuses us. Maybe you're bored with it. We love it. Okay, so we try to find a weird picture that we post on social media, and then you guys come in with great captions.
Okay, and again, you did not disappoint. So out of hundreds of responses, this is
that's
the picture. Wow.
Oh, God.
Both of us have really never looked worse. But anyway, here are some of our favorites. Derek Shore wrote, "Look, Jenna, no cavities."
James Tiroli sent in, "When did you pierce your tongue?" That was you.
Yeah, okay. Jennifer King gave us a Thomas Rhett reference with, "When I said be a light, that wasn't what I meant."
Ashley Epley went with, "Do I have something stuck between my teeth?"
Okay, Lauren wrote, "When you beat Jenna and Donna Rama."
Oh, I like that. And finally, Susan Ulrich said, "I said how, not halitosis."
Oh no, a new nickname that people are going to call him. Yes, they're going to call him halitosis when he doesn't brush his teeth.
No, they won't.
That's like when Mila gets mad and calls Poppy Poopy Poppy.
Well, that's what happens. They used to call me Hody Commody, like the
Like
commode.
the toilet?
Yeah.
You know, one time a friend of mine in high school gave me a swirly. Have you ever been given a swirly? No. He lifted me, he put me in the toilet and flushed it.
Your head
and
or
my
your
hair,
head?
My head
your
in the toilet, my head came out.
Like a swirly?
Like a swirly.
Okay, that's very unsafe.
That was disgusting, Will Bridges. Okay, if you want to join in next week, follow us on social media at Hoda and Jenna, and you might see your meme on the show.
Speaking of swirly, this next story is for you. Okay, so every class has a class clown when they're in grade school. And you have described the feeling you got as a child when you got to laugh, like intoxicating.
Yes, and my parents said they wish they hadn't laughed so much.
Because you kept doing it?
Because then I continued.
Okay, so then you were that way at home. What about when you went into school?
When I was little, probably not, but in middle school, I went through a class clown phase.
You did? So what did you, what stuff?
Like I broke a pen on my face on purpose and stuff like that. Stupid stuff. But it did make the class laugh.
But they say if you have a class clown in your little midst, this is good news. Funny kids were also some of the brightest in class because you had to have that sense of timing, that sense of everything to make your stuff
I wish I had known that in third grade. So a new study suggests that kids with a strong sense of humor could also have high intelligence.
See, that's good. Researchers report children with higher than average levels of knowledge and verbal reasoning excel at humor. Isn't it funny when we see our kids have great timing or crack a joke and get it? You're like, oh my gosh, you get it.
But Poppy is so funny.
Is she?
She's like, we call her little Amy Schumer because she kind of has physical comedy too.
So what does she do?
Like she just is so funny. It's stuff that you hope she doesn't do as a high schooler. Yeah. Like sometimes she'll take off her pants. Her dancing moves are hilarious. And Henry and I are like, she loves it. Like there's when she makes people laugh.
She can't stop.
Oh my gosh.
You're kind of like, when you're at a party and you hit something, I can tell you get that glint in your eye, you're like, I'm back.
Yeah, I like it. Don't you like to do that?
It's funny when you get something, but you're unique in that way. Like you had that thing. They say it wasn't the same for grown-ups. Researchers found that do not find the same strong connection between humor and adult intelligence. So there's that.
Oh.
So what does that mean? Funny grown-ups?
You lose it? So funny kids don't turn into smart grown-ups?
No.
Oh, they turn into dumb grown-ups?
No.
What happens?
No. You're just you.
Do you guys ever have dreams that involve work or people at your workplace?
Yeah. I have it a lot. What's your recurring? Do you have a recurring work?
My recurring is that I never went to a math class, like a high school math class.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting in the desk in my old high school, and the teacher says today's the day for the exam. And I'm like, but I haven't been to one class.
Here. I don't even know where I am.
But I haven't been to one, and how am I going to do this? That's my anxiety dream. What about yours?
Mine is that it's 2 minutes to the show, and the set isn't where it's supposed to be. And they say, it's over that hill. So I start running over the hill, and I go, it's got to be 1 minute. And I know it's like a real big day. And when I get to the top of the hill, I'm saying to someone, where is it? They go, oh, they didn't tell you they moved it. And it keeps getting moved in my dream. And I literally wake up with my heart pounding.
Yes.
Literally, not figuratively.
You
it's
don't.
actually.
Is your heart pounding?
Yes, it's pounding.
You can feel it pounding.
Yes, like out of my
well,
chest.
then that is literal.
Literally out of my chest. No, it's not. It's in my chest. But anyway, but I hate that feeling because we live our lives on deadlines here.
Yes.
If you're not here in the seat at 10 o'clock, as Davey knows well, the show starts with or without you. You can't say, can I just have 5 extra minutes?
Can you imagine being late?
No.
Thank
That's why I'm
goodness
so
I was
worried.
raised by the parents that I was raised from. When
Same.
it was Sunday church, hours before, they'd be like, it's time to go to church. We're like, wait, what?
We're not dressed yet.
And even now, Barbara's like, Dad, we're 40. You don't need to tell us 47 times to get dressed for church.
I like how you say we're 40. I love that.
We're not
with a
even
twin.
40 yet.
But I love that.
But
I love how you're like, we are. How fun to be able to say that.
I know, that's
We're
fun.
35. Okay, it is time for one of our favorite times of the day, Best Fan Friend Friday. And today we're about to call a wonderful woman named Veronica Evans, 6 years old, from Memphis, Tennessee.
Veronica wrote to us. She said that she is our true #1 fan. She has not missed one show since our debut in the spring of 2019.
We already love Veronica. Let's get her on the phone. Please, Veronica, be home.
Please be home, Veronica.
Oh,
beautiful. We're not doing the same thing because we couldn't. Veronica.
Hi, it's Hoda and Jenna. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, first of all, can we ask you if it's okay to record you for the show?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Veronica, we have been dying to meet you.
And I have been dying to meet you guys.
We get into our studio. We have a seat for you. It's going to be the Veronica seat. It's going to be the perfect front row. It'll be all for you. But you're our Best Fan Friend Friday, and it makes us feel good. How does it make you feel?
Oh, I am so excited right now.
Oh, Veronica, we're so glad we could get you on the line. We knew that you were born and raised in Memphis, but there is another city and sports team that you and Hoda both love.
Yes, the Saints.
Who that? Oh my God! Don't you think Drew's doing so well on NBC as a sportscaster?
He is, but I miss him so.
I miss him too.
I am a big Drew fan, but we got to move on.
Well, you know what? All right. So, since you are our fan of the week, we're gonna have some fun, play a little round of trivia. Are you ready?
We'll see. I need help.
You can do this, Veronica. Okay, ready? On Monday, we threw a big celebration on our plaza for International Day of the... Yes! That's correct. So,
Congratulations, Veronica. Back now with an inspiring story about a 6-year-old boy named Zeke, who you see behind us. Early last year, while he was battling leukemia, he was in desperate need of a bone marrow transplant.
That's when the organization Be The Match made a life-saving connection between Zeke and not just one, but 2 strangers who gave him the beautiful gift of life and hope. Take a look at Zeke's incredibly brave journey.
To see 7-year-old Zeke now swimming with his family is to witness a small miracle. He's worlds away from when he was first diagnosed with myelodysplastic syndrome, a blood cancer back in early 2020.
My heart just sank.
There was a lot of unknowns and uncertainty about what the next steps would be. We then headed up to Children's Hospital of Philadelphia in June 2020
to begin treatment for the bone marrow transplant.
It was here that Be The Match, a bone marrow registry, matched Zeke with a donor.
So Zeke's first transplant actually didn't end up taking. And fortunately, praise God, there was another donor who stepped up to donate, who was a 10 out of 10 match for Zeke. And so Zeke had his second transplant. Zeke's attitude was just astounding.
There was terribly hard times, but he hardly ever complained.
I want to thank my nurses for taking care of me and having fun with me.
Every day with him was such a joy, whether he was having a really rough day or having the best day ever. And he had this little mantra he would say. It was, I am brave, I am strong, I am courageous.
He became known as the boy who loved otters.
He would walk around the halls with like his otter backpack on.
He Here's a fun fact about otters. Otters can juggle.
And he would always say something about like, they hold hands when they sleep, or they have a special rock.
Zeke was just so very brave in all aspects.
I got strength from God.
Can't tell you how many times he came to us saying, Mommy, will you pray for me this moment? Daddy, will you pray for me for this? He spent over 220 days in the hospital. Due to COVID, Zeke didn't get to see his siblings at all. And when he finally got out, it was an incredible day.
Okay, open!
So on July 28th, 2021, it was told to us that Zeke was cancer-free and 100% donor cells, which was music to our ears and just a joyous celebration of a victory that the Lord gave us.
I'm feeling better these days, and it feels good to be out of the hospital.
While Danielle and John were thrilled to have Zeke home, they still knew very little about the two donors who helped save their son's life.
So I initially joined Be The Match. I was in my early 20s, 6 or 7 years went by. I got the call in March of 2020 saying that I had a match, and I called them back and I said, I'm ready to donate.
I still feel so much for our first donor because the time that she gave in the middle of the pandemic to walk into a hospital when so many people were trying to avoid hospitals at all costs for the fear of COVID, and she went and donated for our son, who she had no idea who he was. And although those cells didn't take, it did buy time for the second donor. So our first donor was very much a part of saving Zeke's life.
I found out that I was a match in the spring of 2020. I was immediately like, yep, I'm doing this. I signed up because my best friend, Clint Kleckler, had leukemia and was the recipient of a stem cell transplant. I know how life-changing it is and how life-giving that it can be.
I just want them to know that what they did mattered.
Well, last month, the Puig family got the opportunity to tell them in person.
You're awesome, buddy.
Be The Match connected Zeke with not just one, but both of his donors.
Meeting Zeke was a full circle moment for me. It was so meaningful.
Jen was nice.
Because she donated, that prolonged his life, and it served as an absolutely necessary bridge.
Mark was very tall, and it's cool that we have the same cells.
Got a friend for life in Zeke, and with Zeke's family too.
It was surreal. Feelings of gratitude towards both of these strangers that donated cells to our son, who was a stranger to them.
When we saw Mark, he has the same cells as our boy, and I didn't want to stop hugging him. So life now is very adventurous, and we just got to go on our first family vacation for a week long in almost 2 years.
And it was really fun, and I floated on my back like an otter.
Here he is a year later, getting to swim, play, be with siblings, all because of two people.
I would 100% donate again if I was asked to.
I would do the same thing again.
I'm grateful for Jen and Mark because they just saved my life.
Today Talks continues after the break.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Looking forward to hearing this next story. It has all the makings of a Hollywood movie, a prison break, a new identity, and a second chance.
Get this, it centers around a man named Bobby Love, who lived most of his life with a very big secret.
I mean, guys, he even hid it from his wife, Cheryl, until his past caught up with him. They share their story in a new book, The Redemption of Bobby Love, a story of faith, family, and justice.
I say my prayers when I go to bed. I say my prayers when I get up in the morning. I'm the most fortunate person that I know, really.
We're sitting right here and now. We're holding hands. I'm with him, loving him.
Yes.
Bobby and Cheryl Love met in the early 80s while working at a Brooklyn medical center.
I was a dietary aide, and Bobby at that time was a pot washer.
They wed in 1985, had 4 children, and built a beautiful family. While working multiple jobs, Bobby still made time to coach Little League and serve as a church deacon.
I never got in any type of trouble. I was straight and narrow on my jobs.
Cheryl, what was he like?
He was a smart guy. He made people laugh. He made me laugh. I mean, I felt good around him.
But then, on one fateful day in 2015, a door knock changing everything. And a secret Bobby was hiding for nearly 4 decades came to light.
This is where it happened.
Tell me about that day when your life changed.
I was fixing a cup of tea, and there was this loud knock at the door. Bam, bam. So I just went and opened the door, and lo and behold, FBI, the New York City Police, with their guns drawn. Stand back, ma'am. You don't know who this is. What? And I'm looking at Bobby, like, honey, what are they talking about? But he's not looking at me. I'm crying. This is overwhelming.
They said to me, "What's your name?" I said, "Bobby Love." He said, "No, I want your real name." Then I said, "Walter Curtis Miller."
Turns out Bobby was a fugitive from North Carolina who had changed his identity, but Cheryl never knew. What happened? What was the turn where you came off the path?
You know, being in the Jim Crow South, the opportunities was limited. I mean, I was young. I just wanted more than what I had. And started stealing.
Back in 1971, he was arrested and charged with armed robbery, then convicted and sentenced to 25 to 30 years. In 1977, escaping from a prison transport bus.
When the bus got to a certain point, making a turn on that intersection, I jumped off the back of the bus.
Where do you go?
I found my way to the bus station in Raleigh.
With a one-way ticket to New York City, he turns himself into Bobby Love and meets Cheryl. Are you thinking, Bobby, at some point, do I tell this young woman about my past?
I found Cheryl to be very honest about everything. She would probably would have told me to turn myself in.
Would you have?
Absolutely.
In the back of your mind, are you worried that someday that past is going to come knocking on your door?
Not at that time.
How come?
I said to myself, I'm not ever getting any more trouble.
Now, arrested again, Bobby was extradited to North Carolina, back to prison.
The lawyer in New York, when he had got arrested that day, she called me. She goes, Cheryl, so when you go to see Bobby, you're gonna say, I'm here to see Walter Curtis Miller. When I hung that phone up, I said to my daughter, oh, that's your father's name.
While you're in there, do you think about the people that you might have wronged?
Yes, I do. I was at a place now where, I'm regretting a lot of things. I'm, starting my journey, my walk, and believing in God.
What was this like for you during this time when he was in jail?
I said, you're gonna get out of there. You've been doing the right thing. God will forgive you for your past. And, I forgive you. I want you to forgive yourself too.
Bobby was paroled in 2016. Today, the Loves, walking fully in their truth, with hope that this story of faith in each other resonates. Are you guys proof that there is redemption?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Turning your life around. There's always room for that.
And he is free now.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo! There are places whose very name reverberates with larger-than-life legends and characters. This road winds through one of those places, Transylvania. The name means land beyond the forest, a mountainous region of Eastern Europe. But what it means to most of us is the blood-soaked story of Dracula. The Vampire Count. Little wonder that in Transylvania, even the graveyards seem more eerie. And my Transylvanian guide, Bogdan Popper, is well versed.
It's a piece of superstition that if you have a damaged grave like this one, someone or something may pop out of it.
You say that it's just superstition, and yet they found bodies with stakes through the heart.
Yes, actually it's a proof that superstitions are very strong.
Even Romans feared monsters in this region, yet it was in the 19th century, the era of science, that Bram Stoker dreamed up a tale of terror, telling of a traveller arriving in a mysterious castle in Transylvania. I know what you're thinking. Don't go up there. And high on this ragged mountain, the very castle where Bram Stoker imagined Dracula lived. With its sheer stone stairways, dark panelled rooms, there's even a secret passageway. It's the perfect setting to meet the Vampire Count.
I am Dracula. I bid you welcome.
They say truth can be stranger than fiction, scarier and bloodier too. Close to the castle, back in the 15th century, lived a warlord so infamous he had many names. Vlad III, also Vlad the Impaler, and Vlad Dracula.
The meaning of the name Dracul in Romania, it's the devil. Dracula, it's the devil's son.
Historian Matteo Simeon says Vlad was a bloodthirsty killer. He impaled his enemies.
The Impaler was a nickname that came later with the brutal habit that...
Matteo's description of impaling, so how can I put it, vivid, you really don't want to hear it.
Would you like to know more?
Not really, no. 500 years later, the King family from Michigan feels safe. In the day,